barbecue. Beans. You know what? I'm gonna turn on my camera. Why not? We're gonna turn on this camera, boy. We're gonna turn on this camera, boy.
Oh, we live?
Oh, we live. Oh, we live. Is my frame rate bad?
Mike's still hot?
My frame rate look bad. They found the bee.
Not Mike's or hot.
Is he even streaming right now?
Yes. Mike's or hot.
Barbecue.
You see me playing one game and one game only. Watch my camera. Alright.
Shaboing.
All right, mic check.
You can hear us. Stop
Yeah,
acting
but
like
I
you
gotta
can't hear
make sure
us.
that Discord can hear, or not Discord, but OBS.
Discord. Oh my god.
Yo, BS.
Yeah,
OBS.
Why did you put that as a sound?
Hey,
I'm
you already
banning
know.
you. I'm banning you.
Hold on. Making sure my mic sounds good.
Wow.
All right. Everything seems to be in order. What it do, what it don't, what it is, and what it ain't. It's your boy, Don Otaku, aka Don Solo, aka Solo the Don, aka Solo D Swaggy, aka Gorilla Zoe. And this is
No way we're starting this shit off like this.
What?
I refuse. I freaking refuse, man. Name one Gorilla Zoe song. You can't.
Oh, he got. Hold on. Don't
Yeah,
don't
no.
test me, bro. No. All right.
No.
I'm
He's
lost
biting
on the
time.
road.
Why you put this back in my memory banks?
I'm losing my mind. Yeah, you thought I ain't know.
Bro, I don't even remember.
Why you put that back in my memory
You know-
banks? I'm
you know what?
banning you.
This is no topic. I always get Gorilla Zoe and Gorilla Black mixed up, bro.
Who the hell is Gorilla Black?
Racism. We got to get started with the show, guys. This is gonna.
Wasn't that the nigga wasn't that the dude that came out sounding like Biggie?
The dude that came out sounding like, I don't know that man.
Oh my god.
That was before my time.
Right.
What are you-
He's singing Gorilla Zone, and like you don't know. All right, we know what you are. We know what you are.
Is Gorilla Black a member of the Gorillas?
No.
The black one?
Yo, all right.
Hey, we gotta get started with the show, man. Nah, bro, you're not gonna rage bait me. Let's get started, man. You're not gonna rage bait me in the first 10 seconds. You think he's Chuck or somebody? No, we're not doing this right now. We're getting, please. Please.
And of course, this is Project Untitled Gaming Podcast, not music podcast. And of course,
Millennial
I'm here
podcast.
with my day ones to talk about the gaming, the whole gaming, and sometimes a little more than the gaming.
Wait, Don, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Are you a millennial?
Yes, definitely.
You definitely know? Okay, I just had to make sure. Yeah, you would definitely know.
I mean, no, I'm Gen Z. What are you talking about?
You're Gen Z?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Oh my God! Look, I don't even know why I even asked this question. All right, let's just.
Number I'm 51.
21. All right.
But yeah,
I'm 55.
but before we get into the intros, let me go ahead and introduce the topics that we have for today. Donkey Kong Bananza is the game of the year. We got Marathon delayed. We got the Xbox next generation plans announced.
Nah, call it what it is. A ROG. The ROG plan.
We're not talking about the ROG. We're talking about beyond the ROG.
We're not talking about ROGs today.
Yeah.
Beyond the ROG?
Yeah.
Oh my God. They're never beating them allegations, boy. They're never beating them allegations.
And we got, what was the last one? I can't remember. Don't worry about it. It wasn't important. Anyways, but of course we have much more topics to talk about. But before we get into those topics, let me go ahead and introduce my kinfolk. We got Deadshot Teej, aka Triple Up Teej, aka Double Down Teej, aka the co-hater of 99% of video games.
Co-hater 99%. You see, like they add more to the handle every single week, bro. The co-hater. Who's all right? If I'm the co-hater, you're the main ringleader. What are you talking about? You hating on Digimon? You hating on Sony? You hating on Xbox? What do you even like? I don't even know what this guy likes. What do you like? Name 3 things you like right now that came out this month.
Donkey Kong Bananza.
Oh my God!
Rest my
glaze
case.
Bonanzas. Stop glazing Bonanzas. They ain't even come out yet. Anyway,
they don't
what's
gotta
up,
come
guys?
out. I already know.
Honestly, we already know. This like us saying this. Like as soon as I seen Donkey Kong the first time, I was like, yeah, this is probably gonna win. If Astro Boy won it last year, yeah, this one's definitely a contender, bro. You know. But yeah, but anyway, what's up?
What you been up to?
What is up? I've been Mario Karting, man, and that shit is driving me insane. I feel like I'm getting good, but at the same time, it's like everybody else is getting good, so it's canceling each other out. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's where we're at. But besides that, yeah, just I'm trying to stream more because I've been like bullshitting for the past while, like past month and a half. But I did 2 streams in a row, going on 3. So
I saw.
Yeah. You saw. Why don't you hop in? What you running from? You scared to get whooped on camera?
Nah, I was in my second life.
Your second life? Oh my God. You know, you just be... What's that meme where the German snitches on himself by holding up the 3 fingers wrong? Yeah, that's you. You're telling on yourself. But anyway, yeah, you know, streaming, playing Mario Kart. I'm trying to get everything in that game, but man, that shit is a grind, bro. Like, it is a grind. I don't even know who else I want to get. I'm just trying to grab the little baggies just to unlock something. But yeah, that's about it.
Alright. Spirit of Truth, aka Lord Mars, aka Marsarus, aka Z-Ram, aka I keep forgetting what your new AKA is, because I can't say you're the only one who beats video games anymore.
He don't even beat video games.
But are you even here? Real question.
He's muted. Oh my God. He's
Oh shoot, I am muted.
Oh my
I said
days.
AKA Mr. AKA 2.0. You feel me? Hey.
You're the co-host of 99% of hating all video games. You're all y'all are the co-hosts. I'll make it sound like I'm the only hater here.
I'm not saying that I don't.
If I'm the co-host, that means there's at least 2 other hosts with me. What are you talking about?
I'm not gonna say that I don't hate games. If I do hate a game, I'm usually gonna keep it to telling people that I know about my hate for the game. I'm not gonna spread my hate.
No. Because I remember when Date Everything came
out. That's fun time.
Wait, look.
Date Everything.
Date Everything.
Did I hate on that?
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't hate on it. I just said that's a hate on it. I just said that's a boom game.
No. There's no way out of this one. I remember you hated on that game.
Sure, problem.
Yeah, no, we can. Hey, bro, we can watch that Nintendo Direct. It's fine. It's fine. I can bring up the clips.
I remember
all y'all.
I remember I hated
posters, huh?
I remember I hated
toilets, huh?
Yeah, because it's weird. I mean, it's weird. Like, that doesn't mean I'm hating.
I wasn't hating.
The crazy part is I was so excited about that game, but I have so much on my plate that I can't even play it.
You're disgusting. I know what you are. Absolutely disgusting.
You're
the problem. You're the problem with 99% of modern gamers, buddy. I know what you are.
But yeah, Mars, what you been up to?
Yeah, I just been beating the heck out of Night Rain. Like, you feel me? Like, it got if you're looking for the lore, it got replayability, which is like dang near every FromSoft game is if you're looking for the lore, you're gonna be replaying the game a lot because there's a lot of shit you're gonna miss the first time you play. You feel me? So
that's all you been on?
Yeah, really. I mean, bro, I ain't gonna lie. One match is like an hour, bro. Like if you feel me? That's like you're not even making it. Like that's like you making it to the last circle and down on the last circle because the boss is probably like another like 5-10 minutes type shit. You feel me? But
that's how I feel playing Knockout Tour on Mario Kart, bro. That shit is fun, but that shit is long as hell, bro.
Yeah, it's like I play like, bro.
It's not an hour, but that shit is long though.
Are you talking about Knockout Tour?
Yeah,
on Mario Kart. Bro. That shit is long, bro. I accidentally did that shit on accident yesterday. I was like, bro, this shit's taking forever.
Night Rain gives me like that Helldivers feel. Like I can only play like the maximum like 3 rounds, then I get off, bro. Because it's like, bro, I've been on here for like 3 hours, like already, and it don't feel like it because you only play like 3 matches, but the matches be long as hell.
I feel you. But that's what's up. I as for myself, Don Otaku, as you can see on the screen, rematch is out.
Okay.
Bro, and everybody's playing this too, man. It's kind of funny.
And it is as good as the beta. Actually,
was I hate on this game? Did I hate on this game?
It's better than the second beta at least. Because that second beta was buggy as hell. So they fixed all the...
Is it still in beta?
No, this is full release.
Okay.
So the first beta was perfect. The second beta was buggy as hell. But the full release is still not as solid as the first beta for whatever reason. But it's definitely not as noticeably buggy as the second one, so...
Is this the FIFA killer?
I doubt that. Because...
You mean a FIFA supplement?
Maybe a FIFA supplement.
Bro, honestly, they just didn't need to get a guest character, Messi and Ronaldo in the game as DLC for $40 a pop, and then boom.
I think they got an actual player in the game. I don't know enough about soccer to know that, but I see somebody who's in the shop who looks like he could be a player.
See, yeah, take them dudes out of City of the Wolves and put them in this game. This game ain't supposed to be in.
But yeah,
this game ain't supposed to be in.
This game, I've talked about it before. It basically takes the fundamentals of Rocket League, and instead of using cars, you are humans. It is soccer without the rocket-powered cars, but
so it's just soccer.
It's soccer without the car.
Bro, you know Rocket League didn't invent this game, bro.
Yeah, they did.
No, they did not.
It'd be crazy
That's
if
why
this
you
was
missed
a
that
real
goal.
sport that people played in real life. But
Oh man.
Oh my God, we're getting
Oh man.
canceled. Oh
gonna
my
have global
days. We're oh my God.
We have global beef.
but what makes
Spot's coming here and
why
cuss
I
you
don't
out right
compare
now.
it to something like FIFA, like an actual soccer game, is that it literally has all the same kind of rules and mechanics that Rocket League has that basically breaks it from the traditional soccer. So obviously there's no out of bounds. There's a wall and the ball bounces off the walls just like it would in Rocket League. Except in Rocket League, you're like going all over the walls and shit. Obviously you're not doing that here. But there's no out of bounds, there's no fouls. Basically all of the rules and stuff. Yeah, all of the rules and stuff like that would kind of slow down the gameplay has been removed, just like in Rocket League.
So this is just NBA Street in basketball.
Yeah, it's
soccer
like
version.
actually it's exactly NFL Street.
Bro, I'm telling you, I
Or
know,
not
bro.
NFL
This
Street,
game
but,
came out before.
FIFA Street.
FIFA Street.
FIFA Street.
Bro, I'm telling you.
Without the swag.
CEA, this is what happens when you fuck up your IPs, bro. You could have made this game for free. You could have made this game.
But
Y'all know people love soccer.
Slow Clap actually is the developers who did Sifu, and that animation system from Sifu is in full force in this game. The movement, the kind of animations, shooting, blocking, guarding, the tricks, everything is so fluid, just like in Sifu. They did a really good job of just transitioning that animation system into a soccer game, and it just works. Besides when it glitches out and then the ball goes through you when you're right in front of it, that should be
good animation.
But other than that, this is one of the best multiplayer games of the year, and hopefully this is a trend that we see more of these arcade sports games, because what I really want is this. I want rematch, but basketball. I want that.
You want NBA Street.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
But we know we're not
Don,
getting NBA Street, so I want somebody else to do exactly what they did here. Yeah.
I got a question for you. All right. I know you seen that video that came out like a couple days ago, that dude, and he's like, we had options back in the day. We could play all the games back in the day. Bro, what's your thoughts on that? I know you probably feel some type of way.
Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. That's all I gotta say.
Not a hell of a, he was cooking. That dude was cooking, bro. All y'all modern gamers nowadays, y'all settle for mid. Y'all do. We settled for mid back in the day too, but we ain't die on the mid anthill. You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all do nowadays.
People love to be like, man, games were just so much better back then, and then they ignore the Superman 64s. They ignore the Aquaman, whatever for Atlantis. They ignore.
You see the examples you had to pull out your fucking ass. We ain't have Ocarina of Time. We ain't have Mario 64.
Yeah, but for
every like, bro, come on, man. Let's
look into this. This is gonna be the first topic. How about that? Let's look into it. Okay, the N64 had amazing games, right?
Yeah, sure, I agree.
It had, what was it, 600 games on it?
Yeah, I agree.
And out of the 600, like 30 of them are worth playing, honestly. But now in today's age, we get like 600 games coming out a day. But
and they're all oh my God. All right, continue. I'm not gonna cut you off. Continue.
The majority of games, not even including like the most fodder of fodder, are at least decent. And I mean decent, not Bubsy 3D. Like most of the games now that we complain about would be an 8.5 out of 10 back then. And I'm not even joking.
You're not even joking?
Mind's Eye,
Dude.
Mind's Eye would be a 7 out of 10 in the 360 era. That's how far that we've come. When we're at the point that when a game scores a 7 out of 10, we look at that as bad.
Bro.
A 7 out of 10 used to be a good game, but we get so many good games that it doesn't even, like, it has to be at least an 85 out of 100 for it to even be registered.
I mean, hey, the phrase "everybody's a critic," hey, they don't say it for no reason.
I disagree with all of this. Like every game, like I see what they're doing, battle passes and all this other stuff, stretching out content or whatever, blah blah blah.
Mhm.
That all that stuff is cool, but all that stuff also makes a very toxic and exploitative gaming system that you know that these companies use against us forever to keep player numbers up and shit like that.
Yeah,
no,
that's great.
Yeah.
Now, add any other genre besides multiplayer games to the equation. Also, he embodied the niggas when the game don't got a ball or a gun, because everything he talking about, we know who he is. That's all I gotta say.
Bro, but he had a point though. It's still okay. Even if they still like balls and guns, right? Ooh, balls and guns, so scary. Whoa, you know, like he still had a point when we had a variety of games, and it was still way more fair.
We don't have
way more fun and fair to play with your friends on the couch, even though the motherfuckers are screen watching and shit. Then nowadays in these toxic ass lobbies with cheaters and all sorts of fucking shenanigans going on and
all
shit.
right, if his point was only about multiplayer games, I would be on his side. But his point was not about multiplayer games. He's talking about gaming in general. And
oh my god, he named every game he named was multiplayer.
Multiplayer is that's why I said we know who he is, because he had like Tears of the Kingdom and stuff in the background, but he ain't mentioned anything single player, because you can't talk about single player games and try to compare to the past, like the past consoles, because we're getting the most and the biggest and best single player experiences.
But not everybody plays single player games. So some people play games for social interaction.
Like I said, if he would have just stuck to multiplayer games only, then it would be a different conversation, because I do agree multiplayer games are in the worst state that they've been. But he talked about modern gaming as a whole and only talked about that specific part of it.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying, and I kind of agree, because I will say, like, I feel like it was harder to make generational games back then. Like, you really had to step out the box in a way. And I feel like nowadays it's the same thing, but it's like a lot of companies are scared to like try something new or innovative. Like they're so used to doing the same things over and over again. Like, you know, you already know like the next game is just gonna be the same game with the same mechanics, but they're gonna add new or like Metroid. You know how Metroid is like, oh, you start off with Samus, she's fully powered. Oh, their suit's gone. Oh, we gotta find all the pieces of the suit so you can beat the game. Like, you know, like I'm not even saying like that's bad, but like, you know, like it doesn't really subvert expectation. I'm only speaking of Metroid specifically, not even like all like first player games or whatever. But you know, I don't know. I feel what Buddy's saying. I feel like y'all are jumping him. I feel like y'all are twisting his words. He's kind of right. Y'all want to hate on him for being wrong.
If we only talk about multiplayer games, he's
right if you're talking about that. But everybody want to. Oh, he's wrong on this though. Like, bro. Over y'all head. Y'all always want to look for an excuse to be mad at somebody. I agree with Buddy. Stand on business, dude.
I wasn't going to bring him up.
Stand on business,
I didn't even reply to the tweet. I just looked at it. I was like, okay.
Dude, I seen that tweet. I ignored it, and then I just seen like 20 retweets. Oh, he like playing with balls, huh? He's a ball gun player, huh? I'm like, damn. Y'all just ignored everything else.
But yeah. either way, as long like when it comes to the battle pass and microtransactions, all of that, if the game is free to play, I really don't care, because I would rather be able to play the game for free and have that stuff in there. Then
I feel like Fortnite's the only exception to that, like, you know, because it's all cosmetics. It's not like people like some
as
games.
long as it's not pay to win.
Yeah, like some games you buy this gun and that gun's like the meta, you know what I'm saying? Like I hate that shit. That shit is just so ass, because then it's really pay to win. Like Call of Duty's egregious with that shit. Man.
Yes, like Call of Duty being $80 and having microtransactions and everything in there.
It's sick.
That's a
disgusting.
different story. But if I pay $60, $70, $80 for a multiplayer game, it better have everything in there, aka Splatoon, aka
Nintendo.
Mario Kart, aka Smash,
Well, it still got DLC, but I feel you still get like
is
70
an
characters
on top of the 70 characters and stages that were already in the game, and the
I feel
300
you.
different tracks of music that they already had. Like, is different.
It's still pay to win. So Nintendo knew what they were doing. They put Sora and Sephiroth in the game. I'll never forgive Sakurai for that. Sakurai, I'm talking to you specifically. You know what you did to that game.
You mean when they added Byleth, the best character in the game?
Nah, bro. Sora way cheaper than Byleth.
Bro, Sora's ass. I've whooped so many Soras, it don't even make sense.
Bro, you haven't been playing these Soras, bro. You have not been playing the same Soras I've been playing, bro.
I really haven't played Smash Online since
exactly. So
3.
Bro, you left at a great time, because that's when that motherfucker came out. Now they know all sorts of weird.
Like as soon as Sora came out, I played for like a good 3 weeks. Was whooping them boys, so I don't know what max knowledge Sora looks like.
You don't, bro. You're not touching the ground. They're just gonna keep you in the air, comboing you to death till you're dead. But he's so cheap. Fuck him, man. He's so cheap.
But I guess back to what I was playing. Like I said, rematch going hard. The new season of Fortnite is really good so far, and they just added.
I've seen people hating on it.
Nah.
Huh?
So they got the new super mode, or like the super battle royale. The new season is pretty good with the new powers. I love the kill switch pistols, because you can do the Max Payne slow-mo in the air and start shooting. That hell is cool, even though I don't think it actually gives you any kind of advantage. If anything, I think it's a disadvantage that you're just slowed down in the middle of the air.
Styled.
But I'm styling on them when it's happening, so it's okay.
Exactly.
That's what makes it worth it.
Oh my God, you're Peter Griffin, Hank Hill, and Bob's Burger.
Bruh.
Fox News need to just sue y'all. They just sue y'all asses.
And then they just had the dad stuff in the store. They added Bob Belcher, Hank Hill, and Cleveland Brown. And my girl got Bob Belcher. My friend Will, he got Hank. And I already had Peter Griffin. You know, you would think that I'd buy Cleveland Brown, but I was not about to buy Cleveland. I do not want to play as Cleveland Brown.
I know what you are. I know what you are. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but the audience know what you are as well.
So that's been our crew that we've been running with. It's been hilarious. But the new season is cool, but where they just added these 2 new modes. I forgot to add clips for them, but the new mode is called Blitz Royale, and basically it's just insane, fast-paced battle royale. Like literally, the matches last like 15, or not even 15, like 5 minutes. That's how, like, you drop way faster. You start off with guns, and you start off with a power-up. So they'll have a randomized power-up from like a past season. So sometimes you'll be able to sprint super fast and jump super high. with the Zeus ability, you'll be able to have 3 dashes. Like if you double tap A, you can quick dash to the side, quick dash in front of you, quick dash backwards. So they give you something like that, or like you regain shield automatically, things like that at the start of the match. But then they have a shrunken map. Obviously the circles move way faster, and it just goes by like that.
So it's Resurgence.
Without the revive.
Resurgence. Okay.
Without the revive.
It sounds like it.
Because they have Fortnite Reload, which is literally just Resurgence.
Okay.
But it's actually really fun. I'm putting it up on the screen now. Oh yeah, that was our victory round. All right, literally my first time playing it, got a victory round, and it wasn't a bot lobby this time.
Lies. Do it on stream where it never happened.
Hey man, it's recorded. It's playing right now. So
Nah. That was your booster playing. I know what you are. Got your booster playing for you.
But yeah, Blitz Royale is actually a lot of fun. We also played Ballistic, and Ballistic has improved a lot since it was first added, the Counter-Strike style mode. Now, instead of having to buy your special ability, which is your different grenades, you actually start the round each time with that grenade so that you can actually play your role. So if you get the like med mist, the healing grenade, you can actually use it every round instead of having to spend money on it, and people just weren't even buying it, which kind of defeats the purpose of having special abilities for each character. But yeah, this season has been good. Like everything that they have done so far, the new modes, the new powers in the regular battle royale, everything's been popping off. So I'm enjoying Fortnite right now. But that's only like a fraction of what I'm actually playing. What up, Lord Metroid?
What up, Lord?
Because
Metroid,
for the most part, Switch 2 has taken over my life, and I literally I've literally probably put 90% of my gaming time into the Switch 2, and not.
I think you put 90% of your funds in the Switch 2 too, so of course. Got no choice but to get every dollar out that.
But after I reviewed Mario Kart World, I have not touched it. The only game that I've been playing for literally the past week is Fantasy Life I. That game has me hooked. That is my life now. You know, Fantasy Life became real life because that game is way too addicting, bro. The crazy thing is, it didn't hit me until yesterday that Fantasy Life I is mini Breath of the Wild. Is baby Breath of the Wild, bro.
Baby Breath of the Wild?
Because it has all of the elements of Breath of the Wild. But it's just put into this like chibi RPG style, and it works so well.
I need to get Breath of the Wild, man.
Bro,
I need to just stop bullshitting.
Play that shit on the Switch 2, 4K 60. Oh, bro.
I know, man. It's like a perfect time for me to play the game. Like, I just need the money, man, bro. I'm kind of like broke. kind of broke still a little bit.
So the thing about Fantasy Life I is that it's like they literally blended 3 games into one. And the 3 games is obviously the original Fantasy Life, because this is the first like real sequel to it. they took all of the elements of the original Fantasy Life, beefed them up. They added new lives, new jobs, new roles that you can play, and basically that just entails you starting off, you pick a life, and then every time you pick a new life, you go through these missions to kind of acclimate you to what that gameplay entails. And then you become a fledgling. Then you have all of these different quests that you can do to level up, like rank up that life. So if you're a blacksmith, they'll be like, hey, start crafting all of these different like copper weapons or bronze weapons or something like that. And then they'll be like, all right, now that you've done this, hold on. Oh, shout out to Lord Metroid. He said, deal me on X later, Teach. I will send you my Switch 1 copy. You just have to pay for the upgrade.
Hey,
shout out to Lord Metroid.
We'll talk about it. Hey, shout out to him, man. Hold on.
Big baller shot caller.
Hey, hold on. I gotta hit the alarm.
Big baller shot caller. Hey, yeah, hit the alarm.
Yeah, there we go.
Hey, shout outs to him. I'll hit you on X. We'll talk about it.
Hey, you gotta stream it too.
I am. I got no choice. I got no choice.
Streaming on Twitch. I'm gonna watch for sure.
Bro, I stream on Twitch and YouTube, man. You just find me wherever, bro. Just find me wherever.
So yeah, like the core Fantasy Life gameplay is that you are, it's Cooking Mama on steroids, right? And I say that because they have these mini games for some of the lives that you will basically do like Cooking Mama style gameplay if you're like a chef, a blacksmith, a tailor, a carpenter, things like that. And you'll craft, but obviously you're gonna need like certain materials, and then that's when you go into like the RPG elements, because you have to either go out, explore, try to get the materials you need by killing different monsters or cutting down trees or whatever you need to do. But the second game that it takes a lot of inspiration from is Animal Crossing, because you basically gain this island, or so I shouldn't say that. In this game, you go through different timelines. You start off in the present, but you get knocked back 1,000 years, and then that's when you start to go into like the actual like gaining lives and like basically going through all these different roles. But you can come back to the present at any time, and in the present gameplay is fantasy, or that's Animal Crossing. So you have an island that you're using as a base camp. You're an archaeologist. You're trying to explore this giant hole that was something happened 1,000 years ago. You're trying to figure out what happened, and you're exploring this giant hole in the ground. And you set up a base camp right next to the hole, and you're starting a village there. And just like Animal Crossing, you find villagers, you bring them to your island, you build houses for them, you customize the island, and you add furniture, you get new furniture, things like that. You customize your house, you upgrade your house. Like it's literally Animal Crossing, and then obviously it's multiplayer, so you can visit other people's islands and you can see what they did, what kind of villagers they have versus what you have. Like it's bar for bar, honestly. That is
bar for bar. Even the way that you do, like even the way that you like handle everything, it does it just like all of the menus that you have to go through, and you have to wait for the house to actually build, and you got to come back. Like it's all Animal Crossing. But then they have another timeline called Ginormosia, and this is the open world. This is a fully open world map where you basically have to go through here, and this is where you're gonna find a lot of the materials, the monsters that you're gonna need
to rank up. And the map is completely covered, but they have these towers that you have to find. And when you find the tower, you're able to get a section of the map opened up. You put your little tablet into it and it unlocks the tower. And I'm like, bro, this is just Breath of the Wild. They didn't even like
Word for word.
Bro, the tablet looks like a Switch, just like the tablet on Breath of the Wild was supposed to be like a Switch. Then you put it into the tower and it unlocks that part of the map. It even has like the technological kind of lines in it that make it like, bro, I'm like, this is just Breath of the Wild. You can climb everywhere. Or I shouldn't say everywhere, but you can climb all of the terrain. You can't like climb buildings and stuff, but you can climb all of the terrain. You can swim through, like you can swim anywhere. It's fully open world. They have shrines. Literally, they have shrines. And
Yo, Robert Keller, what's up?
They literally call them shrines. They have the same weird names in front of the shrines that Breath of the Wild does. They did not.
Okay, how are you glazing this game? How are you glazing this game if it stole everything from Breath of the Wild and Animal Crossing?
Because they did a great job of stealing those elements and like making it work for the Fantasy Life games, like because everything ties back into the base Fantasy Life.
So they did a great job for being thieves. That's crazy.
Look,
bro.
It's literally.
But he won't glaze Zelda Zone Zero. He won't glaze
I glazed Zelda Zone Zero when I played
no,
it.
you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Stop lying. Stop lying to these people.
I never had any problem with Genshin Impact. Besides that, I just found it boring.
No,
if Genshin Impact
fake Zelda. That's what you said for like a year straight, buddy. I remember what you're
talking about.
I remember what you said.
It is a fake Zelda,
fake
but
Zelda.
it was
okay.
a boring
Right.
clone of Zelda to me. That's the only difference that I say.
Y'all hear it? Yeah. He's
I always say
now,
more games need to copy Breath of the Wild. Why don't these games let you climb everywhere? Why do I still have to like? I think every open world game should copy from Breath of the Wild.
Nah, it's plagiarism, man.
Nah,
it's plagiarism. Y'all gotta do something new, man. If you steal a little bit, don't steal 30% of a game. That's just how I feel, bro. That's just
no. It's great. It's good artists copy, great artists steal. If you're gonna steal, at least switch it up and make it your own. If you're gonna just copy bar for bar, and I mean like literally it's just the same game, then what's the point? Like, what was the point of you even doing it? Because that game already exists.
We're gonna play Blario Brothers. It's just like
we don't need more one-to-ones.
It's like
we need
Mario
more
Brothers,
adaptations and iterations and stuff.
We need to play Blario Brothers.
Also, if you're gonna steal, do it better. Or do it as good. If you're not gonna do it better or as good, what was the point of you doing it? Like, Assassin's Creed Odyssey has a fake Nemesis system that was way worse than the actual Nemesis system. I'm like, if you're gonna do it, at least do it as good. Like, because that mercenary system was useless. But
that's the hater I like to hear. Keep hating. I love it when you hate.
Yeah, Fantasy Life, they don't hide their inspirations in any way, but it works so well and it blends so well together that honestly, I'm okay with the thievery in this one.
With this one, it's okay. It's acceptable. Yeah. But
it's not okay in Astrobot though.
When it's Genshin Impact, it's not okay.
I never said anything bad about Genshin Impact besides
you
that
did.
It's boring.
You used to chat. This guy used to be a Genshin Impact hater, bro. You should have heard him in the Discord. He sound like a German how he's talking about Genshin Impact. I'm telling, bro. Where's Chuck at? Chuck would agree.
That's Fantasy Life I. That is probably gonna be a top 5 game for me this year. But there's one game that I'm 100% for sure that it is gonna be my game of the year, and that is Donkey Kong Bananza.
Whoa, and not Mario Kart? You're sick to your stomach, fam.
Oh, 100% not Mario Kart.
Nah, that's game of the year right there. Your family could play it, your friends could play it. Like, you can't do that with Donkey Kong, so how's that game?
I don't need y'all.
Exactly. You see what type of friend this guy is? Like, you might as well have worse enemies, bad enemies than this guy right here, man. Here, this guy, he's full of shit. Full of fucking shit.
So yeah. Did y'all get a chance to watch the Donkey Kong Direct? No.
I did not, but I've been hearing a lot of good things. Everybody been saying this game of the year. It's not going to be game of the year, though. Mario Kart is. I'm dying on this hill.
Sorry, I forgot. What up, Robert Kellett? I forgot that.
Yeah, I've been shouting him out. What's up, Rob?
What up, Rob?
So actually, let me get let me get these comments before. So Robert Kellett said, "Let's go," and then Lord Major was like, "What's up, Robert?" Says gliding in Breath of the Wild is one of the most satisfying things to do in gaming. Says I've said this before. The reason Nintendo games are so successful is because they don't forget the original formula. They bring something new without breaking the original mechanics. Facts. And he says if it works, don't fix it. I mean, technically, Breath of the Wild kind of broke a lot of the formula, which pissed off a lot of Zelda fans.
A lot of people. Lord Mars? Oh, man.
Me not being the biggest Zelda fan before Breath of the Wild, it didn't matter to me, so. And then he says, if it works, don't fix it. He says, I have like 5 times, and I actually don't know what he's referencing. Breath of the Wild is basically the original Zelda. Yeah, it's basically the reimagining of the first Zelda game, because the Zelda formula really started with Link to the Past, not with the original game. The original game was more open, and there wasn't that formula of like getting you get the bombs, and then you're able to open up different pathways.
Go to the palace.
You get that formula.
I like OG Zelda though. I hate Zelda 2 though, man. Zelda 2.
We don't talk about Zelda 2.
I want to beat Zelda 2 just to say I beat it, but bro, Zelda 2 is so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he said he watched the DK Direct like 5 times. Yeah, bro.
Oh, okay.
So,
Makes sense.
The Donkey Kong Direct is we've gotten a few like just single game directs from Nintendo. We got one for Smash Ultimate. Obviously, we had the Mario Kart World one 2 months ago. We rarely get them, but when we do, it's usually for like one of their biggest games. But I think Smash still takes the cake just because that everyone is here. That shit always sends chills. Now, like every time I watch that shit gives me chills. But out of all the single game directs that we have had, this one is probably the best since Smash. Because I was already sold on the premise that, it's a new Donkey Kong game, a new 3D Donkey Kong where you can break, like everything is destructible. That in of itself is already like a cool ass concept.
Yeah.
But when they deep dive into everything that you can do in this game, that's when it really hit how ambitious this game actually is.
Bro, the faces he's making is crazy, bro. Why is he making these faces, bro?
So it obviously has a lot of Mario Odyssey DNA from the style of even the art style, the way the world looks, the moveset, everything screams Odyssey in this game. But the crazy part is like how everything is so detailed. Everything looks like it would in Mario Odyssey, but everything is destructible and interactable, which is also like crazy because we have not seen a fully destructible world on the PS5 and Series X.
Exactly. Seems like a Hulk game or
unless
something.
we're talking something like Minecraft or Teardown, where they look like the voxel blocky ass graphics.
Nah, this is like more like Hulk style, like destruction.
Like we haven't seen this level of destruction since like Red Faction Gorilla on the 360. So, but even when you talk about those games, it's always like in like the Hulk's ultimate destruction is always buildings, cars. You can't do anything to the ground though. The fact that you can just start destroying, like hitting the ground and going underground, you can pull chunks of the ground out of the ground and throw it at people, like wherever you are.
Pick the ground, throw the ground at the ground. Let's go.
And they have all of these like open hub world kind of things, just like Odyssey had, where you would go to different parts of the map. Is every time you go to a new level underground. Okay, Robert Kellett says that he can confirm via the demos and stores DK runs like a dream in handheld mode. Yeah, so he got to play the demo in store.
You got to play it? Oh, I'm jealous.
Yeah, I think they started adding them in Targets, maybe GameStops. But I know Targets have the demo now. He said it was more stable than the Nintendo Experience build, which makes sense because they've had time to update it since. But the moveset alone is already crazy because you can just punch in all directions, up, down, left, right, up, forward. You have the roll, you have the hand slam, you can pick up.
Why is he cheeked out?
you can pick up something, like you can pick up chunks of the ground and throw it. You can
turn to a zebra?
I was about to get there. So
my bad, I'm watching it.
Yeah, I know. so you have the base moveset, but then the Bananza mode. So the Bananza transformations is basically, he has 3 different forms. Kong Bananza, which is literally Super Saiyan 4 Goku, or like Gear God. 4 Luffy. And this one, he's super strong and he can basically break through anything that was like previously indestructible. So if they had like these indestructible walls, he would now be able to just punch through them. And then there's the Zebra Bananza form, which is he becomes super fast, and now he can run on water, or he can run across like paths that crumble when you walk on them without falling off.
Wait, so zebras can run on water? Nintendo, count your days.
Then there's the ostrich.
And ostriches can fly?
The flightless ostrich can fly.
What the fuck Nintendo got going on over there, bro?
And you're able to drop egg bombs from the sky, kamikaze on them. But like that shit, bro.
That's kind of crazy, man.
And you can switch the transformation like between each one. So if you're like running with the zebra, and then there's an indestructible wall, you can turn into Kong Bananza, then punch through it, and then fly to the next platform. Like
that's crazy.
The depth that you have already. This is why, bro, like y'all can call me a Nintendo shill or anything under the sun, but you do not see any other games doing the shit that Nintendo pulls off with games like Tears of the Kingdom or Super Mario Odyssey's capture mechanic, or this with the destructible environments. And that's why
it's kind of crazy.
And then it's the fact that they're doing this on a tablet. They're pulling shit off like this on a tablet. When we had Battlefields on the Series X, PS5, 4090 PCs and the destructibility was still ass.
Yeah.
Like, make that shit make sense.
Bro, you know, I hope they make a Star Fox game, man, with like a Odyssey style. Not like Odyssey style. I want to fight based.
Donkey Kong can get this style of revival, Nintendo, I swear to God,
Fox,
if
please,
y'all
please,
if y'all make another Star Fox game and it's still Star Fox 64 yet again, I'm gonna fuck y'all up. I swear to God, bro.
Miyamoto, count your days, man. Y'all better do something. Hey, F-Zero 2, man. F-Zero 2, bro.
That is literally the same story as Star Fox 1 for the 5th time. I'm gonna fuck y'all up. I'm not even gonna lie to you, bro.
I'm gonna play it illegally.
But
let me stop before I get sued.
we need Star Fox. We need Star Fox on this level. I don't know who needs to make it, but we need Star Fox. We need adventurous, but actually good. But still have we need the space combat too, because I want to have both.
This is what's crazy. This is what's crazy. Is that Battlefront is the thing.
Robert Kelly said
Star Fox is basically Star Wars. Like just make a Star Fox Battlefront type game. Like, bro,
that'll be sick.
Okay, Star Fox Assault. Star Fox Assault was the closest thing. That's what, like, I think Ubisoft Ubisoft had the formula. They just had the wrong game. Because Starlink with the Star Fox DLC was exactly what I want from Star Fox, except I want him to be able to get out the ship. That's all they needed to add, is that when you're on the ground,
like the Titanfall shit,
you can get out the ship, land on the ground, explore the planet. You got the third person shooting from assault. Like, that's
give him his laser gun,
bro.
Give him his laser gun. I'm sick of this shit.
Reflector, bro. Get the whole Smash Bros moveset. Get the reflector.
Give it to him.
Get the dash. Like,
free this man.
Bro, hey, man.
Free him.
Send me over to Nintendo Japan right now. I got some ideas for them.
We can make some billions, bro. We can make some billions.
So
I want the upbeat power up. That's what I want. Flame on.
Flame on. Get the jetpacks. Is it a jetpack? I don't even know what the fuck.
I don't even know what it is, bro.
Where does the fire come from? I don't even know. No one knows. It's provocative.
Smash added too much lore. Smash added too much lore, bro. Now we're greedy.
Yeah. But this game is easily a game of the year contender now, because they, like, all of the things you loved from Odyssey, they brought back, and it's like, this is literally Odyssey 2, but instead of Mario is Donkey Kong. It has the customization options for the clothes and stuff. They got clothes for Pauline and for Donkey Kong. Also, I forgot to even talk about Pauline. The lore implications of young Pauline, like, being in this game is already gonna be
crazy.
Like, that already got people speculating and all types of shit, because what the fuck is a young Pauline doing with Donkey Kong?
Bro, and the thing is, bro, no, the thing is, we already knew this is gonna be like New Donk City or whatever, like, bro, like, and then, like, bro, like, it's like I only watched like bits and pieces. This bitch just come out of a rock, bro.
Yeah, so she was trapped in a rock, and I'm guessing that's the villains basically put her there, because they like show that the villains want her back. Like, obviously she has some special power that they're trying to utilize, and the villain's plan is to go to the planet core, but we don't know why they're going to the planet core. So that's why, like, you're going deeper and deeper underground, and you're going through all of these different biomes, even though none of these maps actually look like you're underground, because they got fucking skies and shit. And beaches and all types of shit going on.
Oceans, yeah, they got a bunch.
It reminds me of is it okay to pick up girls in the dungeon? Because, like, the deeper you go into the dungeon, maybe having all of these different biomes and shit. That's what it reminds me of. So obviously this is not a prequel because Cranky Kong is in the game. And we know
he's old.
And we know that Cranky Kong is the original Donkey Kong from the arcade game with Jumpman. So if Cranky Kong's in the game and he already kidnapped Pauline, that would most likely make the Pauline that we see a granddaughter, a daughter. I don't know.
Pauline Jr.
Like that's what I'm thinking. But she is
wait.
actually...
So the chick that got took from Donkey Kong, the first Donkey Kong, was Pauline.
Yes, that was Pauline.
Oh shit.
So basically, Cranky Kong is the original Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Jr. from the NES Donkey Kong Jr. and the arcade Donkey Kong Jr. games. That is like we don't even know.
That's the one in the onesie, right?
This nigga, like Donkey Kong Jr. We don't know what happened to him because they do not ever show Donkey Kong Jr.
You better respect Donkey Kong Jr.
The Rareware Donkey Kong, the Donkey Kong Country, Donkey Kong 64 Donkey Kong that we all know, that is the grandson of the original Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong Jr. be out the picture. I don't know why they don't even.
They're not ready for him. He was so OP in Mario Kart.
That boy done transcended monkey. You feel me? That nigga done turned into a god or some shit. That nigga probably out with Goku or some shit.
Bro, now that I think about it, like, why was Donkey Kong Jr. in Mario Kart, like in the SNES Mario Kart, and not regular Donkey Kong? Was it because of Rare, or was it like
Lord Metroid said Donkey Kong Jr. became a doctor? Donkey Kong Jr.'s last appearance was in Mario Golf 64.
Donkey Kong Jr. went to go have a whole bunch of bizarre adventures. That's what Donkey Kong Jr. went to go do.
We need some lore for Donkey Kong Jr., honestly. I want to see what an adult... Oh, Robert Kelly, hold on. He said, what if Donkey Kong Jr. is Void Kong, which is the villain of the game?
I was kind of thinking something like that. Like, bro, I was kind of thinking something like that, bro. Like,
or what if he's the final boss? Like, what if these are a decoy and the final boss? Because all of the bosses are Kongs, this is the first time we've had a Donkey Kong game where Kongs are the villains.
Civil War.
So what if you beat all three of the Void Company, and then the final boss is actually Donkey Kong Jr. on some Darth Vader shit? Hey, I like how I zoomed in on me.
You've been beating up your cousins the entire time. Whoa. Now you gotta beat up your gramps.
Bro, that'd be crazy. You gotta beat your dad. So, yeah. But like even like the story elements, the fact that Pauline is fully voiced, and it seems like they actually have a real story, unlike most Mario games. Like they actually going hard with this game. Oh, okay. Jungle Beat had you fighting Kong. I ain't gonna lie to you. I skipped Jungle Beat.
I don't even remember
Jungle Beat. I never even.
You skipped all the Donkey Kong games. You're not a Donkey Kong player.
You had that whole. You have it, but you
never had Jungle
Beat.
Beat. No. Oh. I ain't have Jungle Beat. I ain't have Donkey Konga. Any Donkey Kong on the GameCube. I skipped that shit because 64 was so bad. I didn't even care. She was bad.
64 made you skip 3 generations.
the next Donkey Kong I played was Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii. I don't believe you, Robert Kellett. I'll tell you that. I've seen Jungle Beat and it didn't look. I'm just playing. But yeah, this game sold, like, this direct sold so many people on Donkey Kong Bonanza. If anyone who was skeptical. They were sold after watching this direct, and I was already in when I saw what it was. But yeah, this direct like skyrocketed my opinion of this game, and I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be my game of the year at the end of the year, and it'll be crazy if this isn't nominated. I doubt it won't be. But yeah, man, that's all I gotta say. Facts. He said, Robert Kelly said this cemented it as game of the year. And I kept on saying, y'all heard me every show. I was like, yeah, Expedition 33 is a shoe-in. It's gonna be Expedition 33.
So
Expedition 33 is game. Now I'm over here like, I think it's gonna be a fight.
It's gonna be.
It's gonna be.
If it's not these two, bro, I'm gonna be pissed.
When
just
GTA
like
6 out the picture,
year.
with GTA 6 out the picture, this is easily the most ambitious game of the year. Like, it's not even close. And if it executes, which we know Nintendo always executes on their vision, like when we saw Breath of the Wild for the first time, people were like, there's no way this game is gonna be able to do all of the stuff that they're talking about. And they did. When we saw Super Mario Odyssey's capture mechanics, people were like, there's no way that this game is going like it, and they always do it. So that's why I'm like, they're gonna execute on this vision for sure. Lord Metro said Metro Prime 4 also, baby.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Metro Prime 4. If it was any other year, like if it was last year, Metro Prime 4 would definitely be a shoe-in for the game of the year list. I don't know about this year though, because there's a crazy lineup this year.
They just turned this nigga Donkey Kong into the Hulk, bro.
Bro,
with extra steps.
That the Gear 4 Luffy, like he got the Gear 4 Luffy with the Super Saiyan banana hair. Like,
bro, I saw that shit. I'm like, bro,
that shit is so fire. Also, Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong are confirmed in the game, so shout out to that. Love to see it. They freed Diddy. You know,
hey,
it's
free
all,
that man.
We freed Diddy. It's all Gucci.
Free that monkey.
But yeah, man, I'm super excited for next month. Like, and then so because of this direct, people were having discussions on if it would have been better for Donkey Kong to be the launch game versus Mario Kart World for the Switch 2. Now,
I mean, if they hyped it up, yeah. Like if they showed all this earlier before the drop, and they dropped this with the Switch, yeah, bro.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like instead of getting the Mario Kart World Direct before the Switch 2 came out, we got the Donkey Kong Direct, and Donkey Kong was coming out with the Switch 2, and Mario Kart World was coming out later, like how it is now, like in July. Do you think that would have been a better lineup?
It would have been better. I think personally, that's how I think.
Yeah,
because Mario Kart, cool and all, but this is just hit different.
Yeah, obviously, I think Donkey Kong is gonna be the better game, and I think it's gonna be the more ambitious game, the like most impactful as terms is like what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and
obviously, I don't think Mario Kart World is gonna make the Game of the Year list or anything like that, and this one's gonna be like that type of impactful. But
is this nigga a ho-oh? What's going on? A Zapdos? What is he? This nigga like a Zapdos.
It's an ostrich, but you know, like basically, they took the animals from the previous game. So because you used to ride the ostrich, now you become the ostrich. You used to have the zebra, now you become the zebra.
He moving around like they moving around like Pokemons though.
But yeah, so the reason that it makes sense for Mario Kart to be the launch game is one, people like having a party game or some kind of multiplayer game to have with their console. Like if DK was the only game, like you can't really show that off. Like if you showing off your Switch 2 to somebody, you're not really interacting with them. You really just playing by yourself and showing it off to them.
Yeah.
But Mario Kart is the fifth highest selling game of all time with Mario Kart 8. obviously that game sold a shit ton, and people have been waiting for the sequel forever. I think it was smart for them to do Mario Kart World first, especially since this game is only coming out a month after. Like, people have not gotten their full feel. Like, they haven't got the full feel of Mario Kart yet, because there's so much to do in that game.
I understand where you're coming from, but my whole thing is like we was talking about like the downfall of multiplayer games and stuff like that. So I know that people would be more hyped for single player games. That's why. Yeah. You feel me?
Now, obviously, it would be great if you could have both. One multiplayer game like Mario Kart and one big single player game like this.
Exactly. It would be great, but
yeah.
We already know that they're trying to move strategically.
Yeah, but strategically it makes sense because you already paid for a $500 console. Adding another $70 isn't always gonna be good. Isn't always gonna be something that people can do, and it probably might cannibalize sales. But getting a new game a month later, yeah, you got 2 paychecks by then, or 1 paycheck if you get paid monthly.
Yeah.
So. Oh, and then Robert Keller said the single-player launch games were the Switch 2 versions of Zelda, which I can see that, but I feel like most people who wanted to play those games played those games. And like me, I tested it out, but am I gonna actually go through and replay those games? Probably not.
I mean,
for a person like me who haven't played it, I'll give it.
Yeah, you haven't played either Zelda. I played the first one.
I haven't played any Switch Zeldas.
Bro. I haven't played the second one.
If it now is the time to play Tears of the Kingdom if you haven't, because that game runs smooth as hell now.
That's what I need. That's what I need.
I'm hyped for Donkey Kong. Haven't been this hyped in a minute. I wasn't expecting to be. I think the last time I was this hyped for a game was Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah, man. The Switch 2 generation is starting off good. The real question is, are we gonna get a Metroid Prime Direct? Because I feel like there's still a shit ton that they're not telling us about when it comes to the psychic abilities and all the stuff that they got going on in that game.
Psycho Crusher? Instead of Screw Attack?
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
I thought you said they were gonna shadow drop. You tweeted something about that.
That was a joke.
That was a joke.
They had they put signs up that Metroid Prime 4 was out now at a subway station.
Oh yeah, we went to go believe that.
Yeah, I was like, everybody was like, bro, what's going on? Oh, Robert Keller said another tag team review on DK. Facts. Definitely going, because there's gonna be a shit ton in this game. So, but we did a team effort on Mario Kart World review, which shouts out to lordtogaming.net. Make sure y'all go check out our Mario Kart World and Nintendo Switch 2 reviews that are up on.
Check that out, guys. Check that out. Also, like and subscribe if you haven't already. You know what I'm saying? You feel me?
But yeah, all I gotta say, last thing, Microsoft, Xbox, you got no excuse. Bring Crackdown 4 with the destructibility that you promised and Crackdown 3, and y'all didn't deliver. They was able to do this with a tablet. Y'all got the most powerful console ever made. Well, before the PS5 Pro came out. But no excuses.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to hear it no more. Y'all don't need the power of the cloud. Bro, they were showing off Crackdown 3 destructibility using the power of 10 Xboxes through the cloud. What? They doing this shit on a tablet that's half the power of a Series X. I'm not trying to hear. Actually, this shit not even. That shit is 1/4 the power of a Series X. Like, I'm not trying to hear no more excuses on this whole destructibility. Oh, we can't make fully destructible environments in an open world because
Nintendo did.
Like, that's what I said, bro.
Couple times.
Wizards. They're wizards. No one is doing this shit. Call me a shill. I don't care.
No, honestly, we have the technology, bro. Minecraft been out for fucking like a decade or two.
Look at what Minecraft looks like. That's the whole point. Is that when people do it,
but exactly, we had technology then. We could just make the graphics better and make the destructibility more realistic. Like it shouldn't be.
I think it's merging the two. It's merging the hyper realism with the destructibility in the open world. Like
Crackdown isn't hyper realistic though. It has that
I'm saying
art style.
I'm saying, yeah, I know that's how it was, but you know, people these days they gonna want it to look better. They gonna want it to look better, and it's like, bro, like, come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You're gonna have to take a hit somewhere if these niggas is already struggling type shit.
Like Battlefield 6,
I feel like
destructibility is looking good, but compared to how big one of those maps is to this game, like there are multiple open world maps that are fully destructible from the ground to the mountains to everything. Is on a different level, bro.
See, I'll say, I feel like kids will love this game. This is definitely a game I can see
all
kids
them destructive ass kids put that destruction towards the game instead of whatever else.
Yeah, breaking your iPads and shit. Yeah, break them some rocks on Donkey Kong and come talk.
Break you some rocks.
But yeah, man,
break some rocks and shit.
Let's go ahead and move on to some of the news topics that we got for today.
I ain't gonna lie, you know what be lit? You know what be lit? As if like the characters from Rampage popped up in this game and he had to fight them niggas too, type shit like that. Secret.
Hey, that would be kind of cool. I wouldn't even get mad at that.
That shit would be lit because I feel like Donkey Kong and Rampage would just fit so good.
Isn't there already a monkey on Rampage?
Yeah, they got the big ass gorilla.
The white monkey.
Hey, I know the wolf was Ralph.
The white monkey and then Dwayne Johnson.
Bro, don't even bring up that movie, bro.
We don't talk about the best video game adaptation of all time, Rampage.
Don't even bring up that movie, bro.
Oh my god,
bro. I forgot The Rock Johnson.
Bro, when that movie was announced, I was like, what? I was like, how? I was like, it's 4 monsters destroying the world. What? How are they gonna make a movie?
bro. Hey, honest question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back in the early 2000s, like up to 2010, video game movies were really bad, bro. Because I remember there was a Doom movie that came out. Was there a Doom movie that came out
with The Rock?
It was a Doom movie.
The Rock was in every video game movie back
I'm
then.
not gonna lie. Instead of The Rock for Rampage, it should have been Rampage Jackson, bro. Like
it should have. I'm not gonna lie. You're right. I can't disagree with that. Kind of got a.
All right, so shout out to Tate Talks. He said the game looks good. Talking about Donkey Kong, and he said some nice innovations to shake up the franchise. I just have no idea why the Switch 2 launched with little to no ports. Where are all the Xbox Day 1 games? Where's Metaphor, Yakuza, etc.? So what I think is because the Switch 2, I think the Switch 2 dev kits were sent out super late. That's why there aren't that many ports. Because when we heard what CDPR was saying about the port of Cyberpunk, they were only like the build that they were working on was only like 6 weeks old. When we at the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2 experience, when people were able to get their hands on it, they said that the build that they had for Cyberpunk was about 6 weeks or 8 weeks old. So that's pretty crazy, because that would mean that they obviously wouldn't have just started that late if they had those dev kits over a year or whatever.
Yeah.
So if they got
Nintendo
that
secrecy
2 months before the release, and they were able to, but the fact that the game even runs how it does with only 2 months of porting, that's actually really good. But that's why I think that all of these ports are taking so long, because Nintendo just gave them dev kits super late.
Yeah, it's a Nintendo lawyer logic, bro. Like, they don't want to give nobody, especially after like the people that snitched them on the Switch 2 like back in December and shit. Like,
And
Nintendo like
shout
being
out to,
secret, bro.
I think TJI, is that what this? Yeah, TJI. He says, why would Nintendo send the dev kits out so late? The reason why they started to fall off is because they felt they didn't need third party. Let their pride mess up business. Immature for sure. I don't know about that. Honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think Nintendo needs third party. Wait, he says, no, it wasn't done. It was optimized in that long, but they've been developing for a hot minute. The CDPR guys. Okay, so I guess I misquoted what they were saying. But yeah, I don't think Nintendo necessarily needs third party. The Switch showed that third party is a bonus for most Nintendo fans, not really the reason for the console. But they are showing that third party is going to be a big focus this time around, and the Switch 2 Direct, the Switch 2 Direct that they had showed that in spades, because the majority of the games that they showed were third parties, and usually, like, if you compare that to the Switch 1 Direct, it was a completely different vibe, because the Switch 1 Direct had like literally the Switch 1 Direct, the first party games were getting the most focus, and the Switch 2 Direct, Cyberpunk, Final Fantasy, the Dusk Bloods, like they were showing so much third party. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the ports are coming. It's just gonna take.
The ports are coming for sure, but it's just up to Nintendo to give out the dev kits how they're supposed to give out the dev kits.
I think they're waiting to announce them on their own show, because a lot of the games that we see in like Summer Game Fest and see in the Xbox Showcase, obviously Grounded 2 is coming to the Switch 2. Maybe not at launch, but it's gonna come to the Switch 2. And I think that Nintendo wants to announce that stuff in a direct and not on Xbox's stage, or not on on their, like, even after the Call of Duty reveal, like Phil Spencer and them had to come out and say, we're still working with Nintendo to get Call of Duty on the Switch 2. It'll be announced at a later date. I think that they're just waiting to do it on their own terms, basically.
I will say this, man. I have better hope for Nintendo third party in this go around than on the Switch 1. Because honestly, the third party on the Switch 1, let's be honest, guys, them shits are ass, bro. Let's just be honest. Mortal Kombat, terrible on the Switch 1. A lot of games ran terribly on the Switch 1. Now we got we got up-resing and fucking all this other shit. We have a chance to actually get some good games, guys.
Yeah.
We just gotta.
It's
it's
a mix of like the upscaling stuff, but also just diminishing returns in general. Like when we went from the PS4 and Xbox One to the Xbox Series X and PS5, the difference was minimal. Besides, now you can run games at 60 FPS. So is even though the Switch 2 is a lot weaker, the amount, like, they're so close now because of diminishing returns, it's negligible at this point. And then the Series S also helps because the Switch 2 is close enough that if anything gets ported to the Series S, it'll be manageable to get it on the Switch 2 and not look like absolute shit.
I have hope for Switch 2, man. It's just a slow start, but like with everything they got in place, like we're gonna be able to get third party games are coming to the Switch. It's just not a priority right now.
We actually got a topic of talking about the third party. But let me read these. So let me see. So Robert Kelly said Yakuza was a part of the launch. Yakuza 0 was, but I'm pretty sure they probably wanted the like full, like how Xbox got the full Yakuza franchise in gate, like how that happened at once. I think people were expecting that to happen for the Switch 2, where every single Yakuza game gets added or gets dropped. Although I think that was probably a little, like in Game Pass, it makes sense because you're just able to, I beat Yakuza 0, let me go to Yakuza 1. I beat Yakuza 1, let me go to Yakuza 2.
Yeah, it's all packaged in. You're
not paying for it.
Yeah.
But with Nintendo dropping 8 $60 games into the store in the same franchise, I don't think that's gonna work. So I think that's why they're gonna try to trickle the Yakuza over time,
or do like a Yakuza collection or something.
Actually, a collection would make more sense, but you know they can make more money if they trickle it.
Yeah, piece by piece.
Yeah,
he ain't lying.
But let me throw in. Robert Kill also says that's also why we have a lot of key cards. Yes, the 64 gigabyte cartridges are expensive, and then so yeah, that's when Robert Kelly said it wasn't up to. It was more than 6 to 8 weeks that they were working on the Cyberpunk port. And Robert Kelly agreed they don't need third party, but they do want third party to be as viable on Switch too. Facts.
They need Fortnite.
Lord
They need
Mitchell
Fortnite.
also agreed. They don't. They just have more options, especially if you only own a Switch in general. Exactly. Like, for the most part, they just want that extra revenue. Like, obviously, the Switch was successful, and having games like Minecraft and Fortnite where people are spending a shit ton of money, that 30% that 30% cut that they get for those games is obviously lucrative, and they want to get more of that. I feel like if they can get most of the free-to-play games that are really big, they'll be fine with those games. They don't care as much about the
Valorant coming to Switch 2. Let's go.
I can see that. It's already on the other ones, and it has mouse controls.
Hey, man. Exactly.
Hey, if they have crossplay, it's probably
the
gonna
purists,
be
the purists are gonna hate that, boy.
All right, Tay-Talk says they need third party 100%. Nintendo's success is predicted on gimmicks. Gimmicks work once a generation, and that's it. Switch 2 has no extra tricks up its sleeve. They better come smarter. I disagree with that one wholeheartedly, because the Switch was a gimmick, but it wasn't a gimmick like the Wii or the Wii U or the DS or the 3DS, where it wears off, like the functionality wears off. The novelty of the functionality wears off. The Switch is literally them combining their best, the hardware that it always has sold, which is their handhelds, with the consoles that were always hit or miss. Whether like it was always like, oh, the GameCube wasn't good, but the Wii sold a lot, but the Wii U sold terribly. So that novelty does not wear off. It's a handheld that you can dock and turn into a console, and at the end of the day, that's something that people want.
Yeah,
that's something that
you're gonna get that at Nintendo.
Like something people are wanting from PlayStation and Xbox now too.
Yeah,
that's why people want
that's why
this
Xbox
handheld.
That's
why,
shit.
like the ROG Ally. They want to be able to take their games on the go. Except the Switch can do that at $500 versus spending $500 for a console and then another $700 for a handheld
for another console.
Yeah, like people want to be able to take their AAA full games on the go, and that's what the Switch was, and the Switch 2 is just a better version of that.
I feel like the Switch and the Switch 2 is not even like a gimmick or it's like actually like it's actually a useful and a clever design. You know what I'm saying? Like you can literally dock it if you want 4K. You know what I'm saying? 60 frames per second, or you can take it wherever you want. Like it offers two functions. It's like a utility more than a novelty.
It's literally the culmination of all of their consoles. You got the motion controls from the Wii. You got, obviously they can't do the dual screen experience, at least not yet. We know that USB-C on the top is for something. We gonna get that dual screen option. I'm telling you. But
oh my God, you're gonna charge
the Wii, like obviously their handhelds, the portable nature, like they basically took the best of all of their previous consoles and slapped them into one, and they made it work. And that's why people were like, oh, the Switch 2 they didn't innovate. They didn't do a full revolution. Like I don't think we're ever gonna see Nintendo go full revolution mode again, because the Switch is the end game of all of their innovations. Now you're gonna see some, like, I think the mouse mode, obviously we haven't seen much of it yet. I think the mouse mode is gonna be crazy because people think that it's just a mouse, but it actually has more functionality than a mouse because it's able to work in a 3D space, or it works on a whole nother plane. Because on a mouse, like it's just a 2D surface. You can't really rotate your mouse, and it does something else. Like if you rotate your mouse, it still works exactly the same. The fact that they have that rotating functionality, we just have to see what kind of games will actually be able to take use of that rotating.
Bro, you know it's Mario Party. You know it's Mario Party, buddy.
Yeah, we already seen like the new Mario Party Jamboree DLC for the Switch 2 has some of that already. Drag X Drive, even though I hate everything about that game, is gonna use those.
You don't want to play in a wheelchair? You're ableist. You're ableist.
You can call me what you want. I don't. if that game, I want that game, but to be walking. I want to walk. Okay. If anything,
you just give us NBA Street Nintendo.
Look,
goddamn, put Mario in it.
I'm sorry to say, but Nintendo went woke. That's all. Look, Nintendo, they went
DEI
woke.
game.
It's the DEI game on the way.
Oh my days! Oh, we're getting canceled, guys. This is our last episode, guys.
All right. Hold on, let me just catch up on these chats, and then we can move to the next topic. And then Tay Talk says, by gimmicks, I mean primarily after GameCube era, DS a gimmick, Wii a gimmick, Wii U a gimmick, Switch a bit different, but elements of a gimmick. Robert Kellett, DLSS and handheld VRR will come a long way in future-proofing things, facts. And Tay Talk says, Fallout 76 should have been day one along with Elder Scrolls Online, then release Fallout 4 on Switch 2 and Fallout TV show drops the second season.
Oh, he's an Xbox guy.
But Metaphor not being day one on the Switch shows Nintendo is messing around, not being aggressive. Again, I just think it's because there are so many publishers who just aren't there. But also, I don't think third parties want to just jumble up in the launch. And we're going to talk about why jumbling all these, like just trying to force yourself into the launch window isn't always a good idea. That's going to be our next topic.
All right.
Lord Metro says the Switch 2 sold 3.5 million in 4 days. They'll be fine. It's all about the first party games with Nintendo. If they release on a timely manner, they will be fine. And as we know, they've already announced enough games to have one first party game a month until the end of the year. So they have a pretty solid cadence going on with what they've announced.
I just feel like it ain't really a gimmick if it works, you know? Like if you sold a console, like hundreds of millions of consoles off a gimmick, is it really a gimmick if people bought it for that specific purpose? Like if you could dock a system or not dock it, or I don't think that's really a gimmick. I really think that's like a utility more than anything else. You know how many times I lost power at my house and I got nothing to do except play my Switch on handheld mode? That shit came in clutch a couple times.
Thanks. And
that's all I wanted to say.
He said, Tay Talk says, how do they need third party? LOL, cost of development increasing, they need those 30% cut from those microtransactions. People who say they don't need third party forget N64, GameCube, and Wii U. GameCube had the most third party support out of any Nintendo console, and it still sold bad comparatively
to the Wii. At least
the Wii had third party, but we're not gonna act like that was.
They're ass, bro. They're ass, bro.
The shovelware third party was selling better than the actual real third party support that they were getting from Call of Duties, and like nobody was buying Call of Duty on the Wii like that.
You know what? I actually, all right, let me change my words, because I feel like the aiming, like on the Wii U, you know how you aim the screen and shit? Yeah. I feel like that's a novelty. That's not really like you could take it or leave it, but a lot of companies didn't want to, you know what I'm saying, limit themselves onto just that function. You know what I'm saying? And then
nobody had to, most people don't even, or most games don't even add the gyro aiming.
I'm talking about on the Wii back then. I'm talking about
the Wii,
like, most games had the gyro aiming. and all that, because that was literally the gimmick of the
Yeah.
Wii. You know what I'm saying? You get to aim as you aim, you get to do stuff and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's really a novelty. And you know, some companies that either they're gonna work with it or they're just gonna like.
Yeah, that's why
say, nah,
with the
I'm good.
Switch, it's an option
Yeah.
but it's not a necessity like the Wii. That's why it's not really a
Exactly.
gimmick. It's just an extra option.
Exactly.
All right,
It's kind of a gimmick, but it's not like a system seller. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you can take it or leave it if you
like
want.
the DS. You can't ignore the dual screens. The Wii, you can't ignore the motion controls. It's gonna be there.
Exactly.
The 3DS, obviously you can turn off the 3D, but that was kind of the big thing.
That was literally the novelty. Was 3D though. Like,
But
if
it
you
was
turn
still
that
just
shit
a
off, you're
DS
just
at the
wasting
end
your.
of it. Like, it was still the dual screens at the end of the day. The
Nah,
Wii
bro, if
U,
you had a
most of
3DS
the
and you
games
didn't
you
wanna
could
use-
not play without that gamepad.
Yeah.
So, all right, almost done. Switch sold almost 150 million. Gimmicks don't sell that much. Hell, the PC handhelds are niche and gimmicks, in my opinion. I wouldn't call them gimmicks. I just think that the market is just not there yet. And Lord Metro said you can't call a platform that saturates the market a gimmick. Okay. As soon as the PS handheld drops, they'll be competing with PlayStation again. PlayStation ran these guys out of the hardcore industry into toy gimmick mode. No disrespect, they need third party. I mean,
They do need third party. I agree. They do need
PlayStation
third party,
tried two handhelds and failed in comparison in both times. Even though you could argue that the Vita was a much better handheld in every way except for games than the 3DS, but the games is what matters at the end of the day. Vita
At the
did
end of
not
the day,
have the
they
games,
couldn't even beat the PSP.
and
To me, at least.
even to this day, PlayStation does not have the game output to beat Nintendo in any handheld space. That's literally, and also when that PlayStation handheld comes out, it's not gonna be $500. It's not gonna be $450 either. It's gonna be 800 plus.
Oh my god!
So-
For The Last of Us again for the 5th time.
And they're not gonna have games that match Nintendo in appeal. But last few, he says, unless the wrist being spanked again, they can't stick to their arrogant mode. And he asked Lord Metroid, says, Switch isn't really a gimmick, but it has the novelty. The Switch 2 being able to play third party and being powerful. It's actually good. I'm impressed, but they got to court these devs. And then Lord Metroid says, that sucker's going to be 800 plus. Facts. Okay.
I'm not
Alright,
disagreeing
guys.
with that. You're kind of right. I kind of agree with him in certain aspects. But I just kind of disagree with him
And
in
when
certain
it comes to
aspects.
courting
as well.
when it comes to courting the devs, Tay Talks, I don't know if you know who Gio Corsi is, but Nintendo of America hired Gio Corsi, who was a prominent person during the PS4's life. He was the one who was in charge of getting third-party exclusives and getting these third parties on board with the PS4. That is why the PS4 had so, like, when it came to the third-party
They had a lot of
exclusives,
games.
when it came
They
to
had a lot of
Final Fantasy
games.
VII Remake, when it came to
PS4 destroyed Xbox that era,
bro,
man. Bro, it wasn't even fair.
Gio
It was not
Corsi
even fair.
was prominent in everything that you see when it comes to third party, their third party exclusives, and getting all of those Japanese games over to the West in on the PS4, like Yakuza, like Persona, all of those games coming over. That was Gio Corsi. Gio Corsi now
Damn.
works for Nintendo. So if you think that they aren't going hard enough with the third party, I'm telling you that it is a focus. And we're gonna get into this next topic, and I'm gonna go into why you don't see a big ass launch of third party games at the start. So let's get into it. So we got some details about the third party support for the Switch 2, and basically the standings of like the sales, I guess, and how they're doing on the Switch 2. And according to an analyst, it's not looking good. So let me pull up this because I thought that I had it. Thought I already had it up. I did not have it up. I blame Deadshot T.
Gotta do better. You gotta do better. I knew you were gonna blame me, pussy.
He's already supposed to have it up for me. But I'm sorry, my
co-hater.
Actually,
I'm just a scapegoat now, guys. I'm just a tool for them to use as an excuse to.
But he didn't fulfill it. Crazy. All right.
I hope you get ratioed on Twitter today.
So yeah, so this is Real 60. So this is coming from thegamebusiness.com, and they say that most third-party Switch 2 games posted very low numbers. One third-party publisher characterized the numbers as below our lowest estimates, despite strong hardware sales. Cyberpunk 2077 was the best-selling third-party game, and actually has the game on the cart versus being a game key card. And it beat out the launch sales of Witcher 3 on the Switch 1. So this broke out, and everyone who was anti game key card, they were like, vindicated. Look, the only game that was selling was Cyberpunk 2077 with the full game on the cartridge, and all of these game key cards did not sell. They didn't sell. I wonder why. It's because consumers don't want game key cards. They don't want fake digital games. They want real physical forever art. Smiley
physical
face.
is forever. I'm glad you know that.
So they went off. They was popping bottles, and like in that tweet, in their article, it does seem like, oh shit, maybe those game key cards are like, maybe they're not selling. Maybe that is the case. So let me read the numbers from this article. And it says 62% of Switch 2 physical games in the US launch week were from the first party games, excluding the Mario Kart World Bundle. So that means people either bought Mario Kart physically, or they bought other first party games like Legend of Zelda or something like that to go along with Switch 2. 48% of Switch 2 physical games in the UK were from first party games, excluding Mario Kart Bundle. 86% of Switch 2 physical game sales in the UK were from first party games, including the Mario Kart World Bundle. So if you include the bundle, only 14% of the games were not first party. And then by comparison, for the launch of Switch 1, 89% of UK physical games were from first party games. So it's third parties are selling a little better than before. And for the launch month of the Switch 1 in the US, 81% of US physical game sales were from first-party games. CD Projekt's Cyberpunk 2077 was the best-selling third-party game during the launch of Switch 2, beating launch sales of CD Projekt's The Witcher 3 on Switch 1. Sega was the number 3 biggest publisher on Switch 2 at launch. And when it comes to games released both physically and digitally, over 80% of Switch 2 game sales came from physical retailers. All right, so obviously first party games, Mario Kart World is still predominantly what people are buying. But
people crazy if they're getting that game by itself, man. Like, Jesus Christ, just get the bundle, guys. Like, what are y'all doing? Like,
I'm not going to discredit people like Lord Metroid, who for gold.
Wait.
Who for gold,
he didn't get the bundle?
Getting the bundle so that he could buy the Switch 2 by itself and then pay $80 for Mario Kart World so he could have the cartridge. You know,
he's a purist. He's a purist. He's a purist.
We're not gonna,
he's a purist.
You know, we're not gonna talk bad about these physical guys who will rather pay $30 more just for a piece of plastic, but you know,
it's forever though.
Is it forever? Is it forever?
Yes, man.
When Nintendo comes and bricks your console, it ain't gonna be forever.
Oh, did you see that shit about them bricking consoles already?
Hey, there's a reason. There's a reason that I have not put my MIG switch into that Switch 2.
The MIG.
They're insane right now. They're trying to cut every corner right now, bro.
See me put a MIG switch in my Switch 2.
That's a self-destruct button, bro. You might as well blow that switch up, bro. Nintendo lawyers, you might as well put a bomb in your switch and just blow it up whenever someone does something illegal.
All right, so let's get some more details on these numbers, because we had Matt Piscatella and Zooge EX Daniel Ahmad come out and actually put more context to these numbers. But I'm just going to read off of Daniel Ahmad. So he says, so many people are taking Cyberpunk 2077 at number 1 to mean that no one is buying game key cards, but that's not the full story. Going to break it down in this post. It says, 1, this launch mirrors the Switch 1 launch in early years where late ports of third-party games did not necessarily sell well. Only new or exclusive Switch 1 games from third parties sold well. So as far as we have gotten, Rune Factory is probably the only new release to come to the Switch 2. Like not a port, not something that's already years old. But even then, that game is niche compared to everything else that's out. So obviously it wasn't gonna sell.
It's almost as if third party doesn't sell consoles specifically by themselves. Yeah. That's what it looked like to me, but maybe I don't know any better.
Imagine if something like what's a third party game that's coming up? If
Digimon Worlds.
Or no.
Yes.
If I'm trying to think of a good third party game that we can use that would work on the Switch. All right, let's say
Halo Master Chief Collection.
Let's say something like Expedition 33 came out now instead of in wherever it came out, and it came out day 1 on the Switch 2. I'm pretty sure that game would sell exponentially higher than any of these games, because for the most part, people have already played Cyberpunk. If you wanted to play Cyberpunk, 9 times out of 10 you played it somewhere else. Now there are a few Switch only people who only game on their Switch, and they probably picked it up and they were like, hell yeah, I can finally play Cyberpunk on my console of choice. But I don't think there's that many people that are Switch only gamers.
I feel like Street Fighter would have been a better.
I would say.
I feel like Street Fighter would have been a better thing.
Yeah, but even Street Fighter is still 2 years old at this point.
If you wanted to play it, you would have played it.
Yeah, same thing. So, but a lot of people double dipped on Cyberpunk because 1, it has cloud saves and you can carry your save from PC, Xbox, PlayStation to the Nintendo Switch 2. But also it's the technical showcase that, like, I hate Cyberpunk, but I've been wanting to buy it just to see how it runs on the Switch 2 for my own, like, with my own eyes.
I will say this: is there any other option to play Cyberpunk like handheld, like smoothly?
You can play it on the Steam Deck. I mean, it's gonna be about the same. If it's gonna be, you can make it smooth by changing the settings, putting it on low all the way.
So it's not on the out-the-box experience.
You can tweak and twerk. You gotta do some tweaking and twerking.
See, I don't want to do all that gyrating to play a game.
You gotta get that tweaking and twerking. So number 3, Mario Kart World, like with Breath of the Wild, was the game to buy for Switch 2 with an 80% attach rate. Even with Cyberpunk 2077 being the best-selling third-party game, its attach rate and the individual attach rate for all third-party games was less than 5%. In other words, Switch 2 buyers were satisfied with Mario Kart World and legacy Switch 1 titles at launch and did not buy any of the other Switch 2 launch games in high numbers. Game keycards are maybe the 4th or 5th factor for why third-party games didn't sell well. Not to mention that while Cyberpunk 2077 was the bestseller, other third-party games like Street Fighter, a key card, weren't far behind. The reality is that key cards aren't a major issue in the grand scheme of things outside of enthusiast circles, and having a physical version of the game that requires you to download the game isn't an issue for the majority of gamers. It's like,
well, I'll say this:
exactly
it's like first-party games. It's like first-party games sell consoles.
It's like people buy a Nintendo console for first-party games. We can't deny that.
Yeah.
When you buy a Nintendo console, you are more than likely buying it for a Nintendo game. If you didn't want to play Mario Kart World, you were not gonna buy it to play Cyberpunk 2077.
Exactly.
Like that's the thing. When the PlayStation and Xbox came out, you know what games I got on my Xbox Series X day one? I got Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I got Immortals Phoenix Rising. I got Cyberpunk 2077. None of these games were Xbox first-party games. Because one, Xbox didn't drop any games at the launch of the Series X because Halo Infinite got delayed and that was their only launch title. But two, even like, if I'm trying to think, they had Gears Hive Busters. I didn't even play that when I got that was a DLC for Gears 5 that they dropped exclusively for the Series X. And I didn't even play that at launch. On the PS5, I didn't even get Miles Morales. I got because they had Miles Morales and they had Returnal. I didn't even get Miles Morales at launch for the PS5. The game that I got was, damn, what did I get on my
Fuck Miles Morales.
Actually, I don't even think I bought a game on my. I think I only played Astrobot, which came in with the console.
Oh my god.
So I didn't get. I know for a fact that I didn't get Miles Morales. I think I was playing. I was just playing PS4 games, up-resed and with 60 FPS.
Bro, I feel like a lot of people that have PS5s were doing that. Like that was like. It's weird, man. Honestly, PlayStation. People always hate on Nintendo first party, bro. Where is the PlayStation first party, guys? Like this generation's almost over. Like,
okay,
Astro Boy.
Yeah, sorry,
it's crazy.
But Lord Metro said Ronaldinho in that building. Go Messi. He talking about my rematch.
He need to hop on this game, man. He needs to hop on the.
He said, "Don't be dissing my Boricua.
Oh my god,
yeah, Boricua brother Miles.
Yeah, you should have got Miles Morales. Fuck Peter Parker.
Yeah, I think there's a soccer player in this game. I don't know who he is, but I think Lord Metroid said he's Ronaldinho. Because I know he's in the shop, and I was like, "This got to be a soccer player." Like a real soccer player, but I didn't know because I don't.
See, that's what they need to do though. They need to put Messi. They need to put they need to put everybody.
They need to put
Mbappe. They need to put Mbappe in the game. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
They need to put.
You will pay money for them.
They need to put me, the greatest soccer player ever. They need to put. Oh wait, I'm already in the game. You see me right there.
Bro, you need to add a couple pounds. Need a couple pounds on that guy.
Man, the only pounds that needed to be added is for my ass. That's where all the pounds is going. Cause he a little too flat.
Hey, show's
over,
guys.
Flat to be me. That's all I'm saying.
Show's over. That's all I'm gonna say. What do you mean by? Actually, don't even explain yourself.
Oh, you want to know what I mean by that?
No, I said that accidentally. I I didn't mean that.
So yeah, that the one you see in the game is the me 2 years from now.
Oh, you about to get swole?
No, I'm just playing. But yeah, so the third party situation is exactly why a lot of these third parties aren't just jumping into porting their games in the first month of the Switch 2 because $500 is already a big purchase. Like people don't understand that most people, when if they're gonna get a new console at launch, that doesn't mean that they have just money sitting around to buy more like $60 games, $70 games, willy-nilly.
$80 games.
Yeah. Just to throw $60, $70 at 3 or 4 games. Most people got the Mario Kart bundle, and that was it for them because $500 is a lot of money for most people.
But you know what it is? A lot of people that had Switch 2s, they had Switch 1 library. So they're still playing whatever the fuck they're still playing. Like,
bro, Pokemon Scarlet, that's a new ass game to me. That is a new game because I could not touch that game on the Switch 1. But on the Switch 2, it's smooth, buttery. Even though the texture still
scammed you. Just admit they scammed you the first time around.
They did scam me.
It's okay.
But
it's okay.
I got a $450 patch, and now that shit 60 frames per second. So
wait, what did Lord Metro say? Gamers were complaining about the Switch 2 MSRP. Wait until they see the Xbox ROG Ally price. Bro, where's the drop the price? I ain't see nobody say drop the price when it came to the
price,
ROG.
but just they gonna say drop the price. Actually, we're not even gonna see drop the price because it's gonna be in line with the Lenovo Legion Go 2. It's gonna be in line with the Steam Deck 2. All of these consoles are gonna be 700 plus, 800 plus.
Yeah.
And that's for the weaker version. If you get that at Z2 Extreme, you're 900, 1,000 easily. So
drop that ROG, man. Drop it. We know what you, bro. The Series X is $800 now.
Bro,
it's not looking good.
Look.
Not looking good.
I just need to say this because I've been holding it in. And I'm just like I'm going full hater on this one.
Yeah, do it.
If people weren't willing to buy an Xbox at $300, what makes you think people are gonna want to buy an Xbox at $800, $900, $1,000? I'm just saying, bro.
They're money laundering. It's money laundering. We know what you are.
But
Xbox.
we gonna get into that. We gonna get into that topic next. But yeah, the third-party situation on the Switch 2 is not because of third-party key card, or it's not because of the game key cards. It's not because people don't want to. It's not even because people don't want to buy third-party games on the Switch. Is that one, the selection isn't that crazy in general.
Yeah.
You got Cyberpunk that came out in 2020. You got Yakuza 0 that came out in like 2018. You got what else? You got Street Fighter 6, which is a 2-year-old game, and most fighting game fans are on PlayStation, not Nintendo. Or at least like the majority of people who play Street Fighter or Tekken, they're already, if they're like real fighting game fans, they're on PlayStation or they're on PC. And they have the game already. So, and that's literally how I feel. I already have Street Fighter 6 on my PC. I wasn't gonna double dip on the Switch 2. I already have Cyberpunk 2077 on my PC and Xbox, and I was not about to triple dip on a game that I don't even like.
Exactly. No, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Because some games ain't worth buying twice.
Yeah.
They're barely even worth buying once. You know what I'm saying?
Now, if it was Fantasy Life, I bought that game on PC. I bought it on the Switch 2 because one, it was still new. I hadn't really played it that much on the PC, but that is a game that just works so much better in handheld. So it was. I just had to get it. Now, Fantasy Life is still niche compared to any of these games, like Cyberpunk, Yakuza. Those are bigger franchises than Fantasy Life and Rune Factory, which are basically the only like newer games that you can get on the Switch 2 right now. So that's why I feel like if you were a third party, I don't see why you would want to start launching your game this soon after the console. That's all I see it as, because you're gonna end up
You're competing with Mario Kart. Don't compete with Mario Kart.
Don't compete with Mario Kart.
That's just the number one rule. Don't compete with Mario Kart or Mario.
When third parties started to matter on the Switch one was towards the end of 2017. Once people finished Breath of the Wild, they got their Splatoon 2. Then we started seeing Doom coming out, and people were like, "Oh shit, Doom coming out in like October." Like, hell yeah, we picking that up. And then we started to see Skyrim come over, and I was like, oh bro, we can have Skyrim on the go. And this was back when full AAA games on a handheld was unheard of. So like having full fat Skyrim on the console was crazy at the time. And people, like, that's when the third party support started to really make sense. The third party support at the beginning of Switch 1 was I Am Setsuna, that fucking garbage ass game. They had
1-2 Switch.
Super Bomberman R did good, but it still didn't, like, people did not buy that shit at launch. It started to pick up in sales later when people finished.
You had that on the Switch, didn't you?
Bro, that was the party game. Because I wasn't.
But wasn't that game like broken when it first came out? Like the AI was like
AI was fucking insane.
Bro, like they were just doing fucking magic tricks. Bro, that shit, I'll never touch that game again, boy.
Disgusting.
That was the cheapest game I played that shit one time at your house. I was like,
bro, the AI in that game was wild. They would do you so dirty. In the worst ways, bro. And it would just be they be dodging everything. They would bro. We tried to team up on them.
They were not having
three of us versus one. No, I think it was 8 players. So it was like 4 of us trying to kill all 4 of them, and we could not do anything, bro. Like,
bro, yeah, they're picking us apart, bro.
Konami for that Super Bomberman R, because.
Bro, no, W troll. I never even trolled like that in my life, bro. I was appalled. I was literally appalled when I played that. I'll never forget that shit, bro. Because I don't think I ever got fucked up in the game.
Bro, you know what's bad?
As badly than that game.
When you play a party game, because there's been a few Mario parties where the AI was actually super good for some reason if you put them on hard. And when the players start to team up against the CPUs, that's when you know the CPU is too much of a threat. Because if we gotta jump the CPU,
bro, that shit drove me crazy, bro. That shit was low-key hilarious, but I'm never playing. They fucked up the Bomberman series for me.
But yeah, I think the third-party support will pick up later down the line, and I also think that sales for these third parties will pick up later down the line when people recoup those funds that they saved up for the Switch 2, and then they're able to start buying. Like they finished Mario Kart World, they've gotten their fill, and they're just like, okay, what's next on the agenda? Okay, I can finally pick up Cyberpunk. Oh, I can finally pick up maybe Street Fighter 6 is on sale. Let me just go ahead and double dip. Yakuza 0.
I feel like
I've been wanting to get into the Yakuza franchise.
I feel pre and post holiday is when we're gonna see like a change.
Yeah, holiday season we're gonna see a lot of third party sales.
They're gonna start trickling in, like, you know what I'm saying.
So,
but for now, hey, look, the console just came out a month ago. We can't expect 3 million games day one. You know, like, hey, we got what we got. It is what it is. We just waiting for the games we want. Smash Brothers 6, with Sora specifically.
All right.
And Mario Maker. Shout outs to Mario Maker.
So that's the third party on Switch 2. What up, Ace?
Yeah, what's good, man?
What up?
Right. Let's get into
Nah. You slandering sports games. Now you gotta say everything.
When did I slander sports games?
You slandering FIFA specifically.
I definitely never slandered FIFA. I slandered EA for not making FIFA Street and NBA Street.
Hey, I missed some things, but I'm right there with you, Randy. And now I see EA trying to have an open world on FIFA. It doesn't make sense, especially if they don't have EA FIFA Street.
Wait, they
I
got
ain't gonna lie to you,
bro. Open
2K
road.
It's a rumor,
2K ruined
It's a rumor.
sports games for every.
bro.
Like 2K with that fucking the city and the neighborhood and all that. That shit about to
Yeah.
ruin sports games.
It was cool at first, and then they started making it like mini Sims and GTA. Then
Yeah, it
they
might as well
messed
be
it
the
up.
Sims now at this point. Because that's what it reminds me of. It's just so random, bro. Like, I know people that play 2K, they just basketball, bro. That's it. Like, all that shit's cool, but at the end of the day, it's a basketball game. That's what they want
Bro,
to
what
play
pisses
basketball.
me off about it is the fact that if I just want to play basketball, if I just want to play my career mode, I gotta walk around the city and do quests. I gotta talk to people and do quests to just play I just want to play basketball, bro. Like,
They're like, get on your skateboard, get on your bike.
and
I'm like, bro, why?
Well, and then they keep making the city bigger. It is so much slower. You can't fast travel unless you go into the subways.
Hey, Don, imagine Tony Hawk. The first mission, you gotta find a skateboard is like 300 miles away.
Not even they like go buy some bearings like at the shop down the block.
You know?
But yeah,
That'll be tough, man. That'll be tough, man.
They be like, here you go on your Heelys. They'll give you some Heelys.
all right. Before
Damn, man.
we talk about the next generation of Xbox consoles, let's talk about an upcoming Xbox console that could be coming out even before the handheld, before the ROG. We got Beyond the ROG and we got before the ROG.
Oh my god. We're cooked. Xbox ain't making it out this generation. They're not making it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
We have a
They're
new
not making
piece
it
of
out.
Xbox hardware that is about to be announced next week. And this is coming from Insider Gaming. Meta and Xbox appear set to expand up their relationship with a new hardware announcement. According to a new report, Meta will be announcing an Xbox branded version of their Meta Quest 3S virtual reality headset.
Whoa, PlayStation people in the mud. Let's get it.
For Kevin Lopez of Game Sandwich, the Xbox Quest 3S will be announced on Tuesday, June 21st or 24th. The device will reportedly cost $399 and include an Xbox-themed black and green headset with matching accessories such as an Xbox wireless controller and an Elite strap. It will also include 3 months of Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Like the original MetaQuest 3S, it will have the same 128 gigabytes of storage. So this came out, but then people actually started to show that they already got their hands on it. And let me pull that up, which is why people are saying that it actually might be coming out sooner than people expect. So here's
holiday season.
Here's a picture of the actual box for the MetaQuest 3S Xbox Edition. And I think that it's not even only the MetaQuest 3S, because I thought I saw somebody with the actual, I don't know, I think that was a fake then. So yeah, this is the MetaQuest 3S, which is the cheaper model of the MetaQuest 3. And that's the Xbox version. Comes with a controller and Game Pass. So yeah. Who is this for? That is my question. Because
PC people with no VR headsets.
I understand, but if they wanted a VR headset, why would they would have already had a MetaQuest? That's why I was like, who? The Xbox edition just doesn't make sense to me. Yes, you can play Game Pass on the MetaQuest, but
you said Game Pass on MetaQuest.
Yeah, so you can basically like you can put a screen up on the wall and play your Xbox Game Pass games. They're not going to be actual VR. Like, you're not going to be able to.
Well, I take everything out of that back.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to play like Halo Infinite in VR. But
so just the VR. But see, Facebook got VR games. They got like
that's what I'm saying.
Silly shit.
But like for the
they got
Xbox
way more than like
audience,
PlayStation.
The Xbox audience, what is your incentive to buy this? There are no Xbox VR games. I mean, technically there are, because Bethesda made Skyrim VR, but that's not in Game Pass. Bethesda or Microsoft Flight Simulator has a VR mode, but that's not in, like, can you launch that from the Game Pass version? I don't think you can.
Actually, this is genius. They know all Xbox players secretly still use Facebook still. They know their audience too well, bro. They know their audience too well. Not, ain't light, but they know what y'all are. Y'all are Facebook users. It is what it is.
When people are saying we want an Xbox VR headset to match the PSVR 2, I'm pretty sure this is not what they meant by that, because people wanted actual VR games. Now, if Xbox launches Halo VR with the Quest 3S, that'll be a different story.
Wait, question. Very important question. Number one, all right, so Xbox, right? Specifically, they get this VR shit. Wait, does Xbox have a browser by any chance? I'm guessing yes. Microsoft Edge. Oh, they use Edge? Oh,
yeah, on the Xbox, you can use Microsoft Edge. The full thing.
All right, so let's say, you know how they always say PlayStation, the most visited site is that site, the orange and black one specifically.
Yes, we know what you're talking about.
So so you think that's gonna be
Pornhub? Oh wow.
He said it. He said I was trying to be PG. I was trying to be PG.
I was trying to keep it
word,
PG. I was really trying to keep it PG.
I don't know what else they're gonna do with this game. I'm sure they've been at VR, right?
Ooh, Xbox?
Like Xbox? Yeah.
They've never done VR.
They had no VR?
They've never done VR.
Oh. Damn. I always thought they did.
No.
Shit. Oh.
They've had Windows. They had their own Windows mixed reality VR headsets.
Oh,
that never
come on,
took
man.
off.
See,
that shit.
I see why.
Shit did not take off.
You saw how many buzzwords you just threw at me?
Reverb G2, and that shit was the worst experience. Like it ran I basically used it only for Steam VR because HoloLens, but that never made it to actual consumer market, and that was more AR than VR.
Oh man, it's so many technical buzzwords, bro. Like does it not get exhausting for you guys? Like we gotta go AR, VR, CR, DR, like this shit's exhausting, man.
When are y'all going?
Really
when are y'all gonna start living in R reality?
Exactly. We're never having a regular R. That's all I want. All this AI. Like, come on, man. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous out here.
But yeah, this one just don't make any sense to me because I don't think a lot of Quest users are actually using their Quest to play pancake games, which is what VR gamers call regular games. They call it pancake
Castle
games.
Castle Crashers.
But I don't think Xbox fans want a VR headset that doesn't play actual VR Xbox games either.
So you're saying Xbox is out of touch with this one? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
I kind of agree.
Like the ROG.
I kind of agree.
The ROG makes more sense because you can play your Xbox games on the go. Because every Xbox game is play anywhere.
You know what'd be cool VR? Fucking Doom would be cool as fuck.
Bro, that's what like there is a Doom VR, but it's not in Game Pass.
Oh man.
And you can only play Game Pass games on the Quest 3, so
oh man, this is tough, man.
Like if
Doom will be fun.
Look, maybe actually I think I found it. I think I found the missing piece of the puzzle.
What?
If they start adding VR games to Game Pass, then that actually might work. Now,
I ain't gonna lie, they could be industry leader with that.
If they actually start adding VR games,
free.
if they announce on the June 24th that they got the Xbox Quest 3S and that they're gonna start adding VR games to Game Pass, such as Skyrim VR, such as Doom VR, Borderlands VR, like all of those games, but then they also started now like new games too. Like if they have Half-Life Alyx in Game Pass and you can play it on the MetaQuest 3, then it becomes a totally different story.
Yeah.
But if it's the same Game Pass with no VR games and they don't have any VR games to show off for it, I'm just like, I don't understand the reasoning for this.
They're gonna add Facebook games into Game Pass. They're gonna add
Farmville
and Candy Crush and Subway Surfers. Or Subway Surfers VR. You're actually running. You gotta run from the guy.
But yeah. We have to see how this announcement goes, but if they just announce this without any kind of changes to Game Pass or anything, I'm gonna be looking at this sideways.
I feel you on that. Because it ain't enough. At least for a new device or new hardware and shit.
Bro,
not enough.
He just hit the nail on the head. Hey, Lord Metroid, I would get a VR headset so fast. I would get a new VR headset so fast if they made grounded VR. Now, I would probably only be able to play that shit for like 30 minutes. As soon as I see a spider, I'm taking that shit off. If a spider run up on me, it's a wrap. I ain't gonna lie to you. Bro, especially with the sound effects, you don't understand how when you hear the spider going, if I hear that shit behind me, I'm taking my headset off so fast. Hey, look, Xbox, Obsidian, please. Grounded VR, y'all need to make this happen, bro. It's a must. The game's already first person, so it's already easy to translate.
It wouldn't be that hard to translate. I feel like most first person games they could translate VR easily.
Bro,
it wouldn't take that much developmental.
Just got me hot and ready like Little Caesars.
Don't give him hope, Lord Metroid. Don't give him hope. Don't give him hope. Take that hope away from this man, please.
So yeah,
they're gonna give you.
Actually, give him all the hope he can get, so and then they never drop it.
Yeah, turn it to cope. Yeah. You ain't never seen
turns to
VR. It's just like that, man. Story of my life.
All right, let's go ahead. Move on to another VR topic because it looks like PlayStation VR 2 is officially dead.
Grand opening, grand closing.
The headset that launched 2 years ago in 2023 is basically dead because the biggest VR game on any platform, including the PlayStation VR 2, is ending support for the VR 2.
Whoa, what game is that?
Beat Saber is ending support for the PSVR 1 and 2.
Beat Saber? Bro, wasn't it on a commercial for
June 2025? That is literally the game that they sold PSVR 2 with. Like, besides, obviously, they had the Horizon VR game, but Beat Saber...
I swear it was on a commercial.
Beat Saber is the VR game. Like, that is the... It's Half-Life Alyx and Beat Saber. Those are the two games that you have to have if you're on VR, but obviously only Steam VR has Half-Life Alyx. So Beat Saber is ending support for the PSVR 2 this month. The new content that dropped is the last piece of content that it will get. And if that doesn't tell you how bad the support is on PSVR 2, how bad the player base is on PSVR 2, then nothing will.
That means they're just, oh my god, that means Xbox is in a perfect position right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Beat Saber's Beat Saber support is new songs.
Yeah.
It's not a power thing because the PSVR 2 is more powerful than the MetaQuest. So what they're basically saying is that it's not even worth...
They can't license.
No, it's not even worth updating for the PSVR 2 because there are just so little people playing it that it's not even worth doing the optimization to push a new pack of music and blocks.
Music. Yeah.
Like, it's a rhythm game.
It's a rhythm game.
And they can't even justify putting the new songs on this platform.
That's rough, bro. That is rough. That's a rough situation.
And also, they're gonna be cutting the multiplayer in January 21st or January 21st, 2026. So
What, for all consoles?
no, just for PlayStation. MetaQuest will still have multiplayer. Steam will still have multiplayer.
Oh my god. Can't believe this shit. That's actually crazy. It's actually crazy to me, man.
The headset came out 2 years ago. And it's already dead. Essentially.
Their biggest game gone. That's rough.
And it was literally just bad decisions from PlayStation all around that caused this. The price being $649.99, it being a wired headset when the Quest 3 being wireless has been literally the one that everyone wants because it's wireless. Them not making it compatible with PC until way later. But then when they did make it compatible with PC, it doesn't utilize any of the features like the eye tracking or like all of the stuff that made the PSVR 2 good. You can't even use on PC, and it just became a basic ass headset for $649 plus the price of the adapter that you would have to buy to adapt it to PC in the first place. Like, they shot themselves in the foot with PSVR 2 multiple times in every way imaginable, and they're paying the price for it.
That's tough, bro. That is tough, man. That is That's like Nintendo. Actually, it can never be Nintendo. Nintendo, you know, they support people a little bit, I guess. But
hey,
Sony, man, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing, man?
Nintendo Labo Cardboard VR sold more than PSVR 2.
Nigga, it's cardboard, of course.
No,
But like, what else? What are you paying?
I
What are
don't
you
know how
paying
much
for?
it sold. I ain't even lie. But yeah, man.
Hey, that shit better be
shit.
$30 or something for some cardboard. God damn it! Shit.
But like, people always got on Xbox for never making a VR headset, and they kept saying the market isn't there. And now we see what's happening with PlayStation, and are we? Is it time to say that Xbox was right all along?
Nah, I don't know. Beat Saber's actually kind of a cool looking game. I've seen people play it, but I never played it. But it looks cool. I'd rather play that than fucking like DDR or something, you know?
Nah, Beat Saber was my shit. Like, when my VR headset was working, that was my go-to. That and Half-Life Alyx are.
Wait, how did you break your VR headset?
It just stopped.
Were you playing?
Microsoft. That's all I gotta say. Count your days.
It just stopped. That was it.
It just, like, I would plug it in and it would not turn on. There was no power. I think I tried changing out the wire. It just died. And then
no warranty or nothing.
There's no support for that headset anymore. Like the HP's support gone.
Oh, it's over.
It's not even on their website anymore. So these motherfuckers
out of
left
sight,
me
out of mind,
high and dry. I paid $5.99.99 for that shit. Count your fucking days. I'll never forgive them.
I'll never buy another product. You said from HP?
Yeah, bro. And this is the thing. I thought it would be different because it was backed by Windows and Microsoft. But HP did the same thing with one of my laptops. And I was like, you know what? I'm never buying another HP product again. What happens when I buy another HP product? The same exact shit. Count your days, HP. And then I tried to go to Microsoft about it, and they kept saying, go to HP. Y'all are partnering with the shit.
Yeah. Y'all should know what the fuck going on. And the craziest part is probably isn't even just you that went through. I'm pretty sure like most people's shit just died. Like if yours just died, I'm pretty sure like maybe like at least 50% of people's shit's died.
Bro, and I'm over here looking online, and people are saying the same shit, and they're like, there's no fix. Like there's.
Damn.
So yeah.
Planned obsolescence.
I made a mistake.
That sucks.
I should have just went with the MetaQuest. Like I was like, I don't want Facebook. I don't want Meta. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Wait, see, but the thing is, they only make one product. You would have got support.
That's what, bro. The MetaQuest 2
You would have got
is
support.
still getting support to this day.
Bro, I'm telling you, you was like, bro, HP, bro. Thank you for telling me this. I'll never buy HP product.
I'm probably gonna wait until the MetaQuest 4, but I'm definitely, I'm my next piece of hardware is gonna be a MetaQuest something. But yeah, man.
Yeah, honestly, you should have. Yeah, you might as well just go straight MetaQuest, bro. At least they'll support you, bro. HP leaving you hanging, that's insane.
Like I love VR, bro. Like it was different. Now I couldn't game repeatedly. Like it would be like stints where I would play VR for like, I would just be playing a bunch of different VR games for 2 weeks. But the main problem with VR is that outside of Half-Life Alyx and Beat Saber, every other game just feels like a tech demo. It never feels like you were playing complete games that were just like on the same level of a real game. Half-Life Alyx was the only one that felt like you were playing a real game that you could never play on any other console. Like everything about it just felt like a whole new experience, and no one has matched that since. I think the only ones that people have been talking about is like Batman Shadows, or Arkham Shadows actually ended up being really good. And there was another mythological one that I keep forgetting the name of. But those were like the only ones that people put on the same level of Half-Life Alyx. But that's just not enough for most people to drop.
I ain't gonna lie, that, you know what?
$500.
I kind of agree. I kind of agree. Like paying money and all the games for like betas and shit, it would be annoying, you know. But like I've seen some cool shit. I seen like a Star Wars game where you use the Force, you can lift people up and chop their heads off and shit.
Oh,
or the Iron Man game.
So Blade and Sorcery was also that is a tech demo game. But that is one of the most fun tech demos you will ever play, because if you mod it, which is literally the thing that you would probably play that game for, you can add these Star Wars mods. And bro, that is a completely different experience, because you'll have whole Star Wars maps. You can fight where Mace Windu got thrown out the window. And,
why would
you'll have waves of enemies coming at you, and you basically can, like, you can force jump, you can force push, you can pull, you can throw your lightsaber and it comes back to you. Like, bro, that shit was PC on another level, bro. That shit was on another level. Yeah, bro. PC Master Race for sure, because you wouldn't be able to do it on PSVR 2. But yeah, that shit was next level. I literally would spend hours just wiping out everyone in the most creative ways I could think of.
You killed the younglings, didn't you?
Oh, bro. I'm pulling up to the Padawans every time.
These fucking bastards.
All right, but enough about VR. Let's just go ahead and jump into Xbox's next generation.
Oh, we're about to be in for a miserable time.
So, out of nowhere, on a random Tuesday, Xbox just came out and said, we're announcing that we're building the next generation of Xbox first-party devices. First-party devices, not Asus, not Lenovo, not first-party as in built in-house with Xbox, including cloud, future Xbox consoles, and they're going to be built together with AMD, which also did the chipset for the Series X and S. And they say next level performance, cutting edge graphics, breakthrough gameplay, and unmatched compatibility. So they go on, so Sarah Bond is in the video and she's talking about how they're building the next generation of first party devices. Now, devices plural, that's a big thing.
Oh man,
because
Series S and X again.
Well, we knew about that first party handheld. So people were trying to say that it was canceled, but I think that they kind of made it known that they're gonna make a handheld. So if you thought the ROG Ally was gonna be your only option to get a portable Xbox something, it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the only option. But they also mentioned Windows.
I'll be right back, y'all.
They mention Windows a lot in this. They say play anywhere is gonna be a main focus. Being able to bring your games from console to PC to cloud with only one copy of the game. And obviously they mention AI. That is gonna be a big player in this. But one of the things that a lot of people were kind of concerned about is if they move to this new hybrid kind of thing where it's a Windows PC and a console at the same time, will your Xbox games carry over? Because the ROG Ally has that console PC kind of new UI that they're having, but your console games aren't there. Only your PC Xbox games and Game Pass Play Anywhere. You can cloud stream your console games, but that's it.
Yeah.
But she says that your games from all generations will be backwards compatible with this next console or next devices or whatever they're trying to say it is. So let me read from Jason Ronald's tweet. He is the lead hardware designer for he's the lead in building the Series X, the Series S, Xbox One X. Like he's been there when it comes to the Xbox consoles. He says, excited to continue our long-term partnership with AMD on the next generation of Xbox consoles, advancing the state-of-the-art in silicon rendering, AI, and immersive gameplay experiences, all while maintaining compatibility with your Xbox library.
Oh my
and
God.
Then
I hate I hate the PR. I hate Xbox's PR so bad, bro.
How else are they supposed to say it? What would you want them to say?
I don't know, man. Honestly, like I feel like they're no approach, but they're going in a jack of all trades like attempt. But I don't know if they're gonna outdo Nintendo in their own game. Honestly, I see what they're doing. I don't want to hate on it, but it's like I don't know if they're gonna out Nintendo. Like
I don't think
maybe I'm just being a hater.
They're not even gonna attempt to out Nintendo.
No, but what their whole thing is play anywhere, play your games, we're on the go, and this, that, and the third. That's kind of like Nintendo's thing, except Nintendo does it better in less convoluted ways. Like, oh, you want to play anywhere? Just take your Switch the fuck anywhere. Like, who cares? Like, I agree with T. I agree with Lord Metroid, man. This shit is exhausting. This shit is, like, bro. All right, I got a question.
Play Anywhere never had anything to do with handhelds until now. Play Anywhere was always, I start my game on my Xbox, and then I go to my PC, and then my save is right there, and I'll start exactly where I left off. And then,
but they're expanding on
PC.
that, though.
Yeah, but now that PC handhelds became a thing, Play Anywhere. Oh, but also cloud was a thing, so you could play on your phone, and you start exactly where you left off from your PC and your Xbox, and that was the whole Play Anywhere thing. But now PC handhelds became a thing, and now Play Anywhere is literally Play Anywhere when you got your ROG Ally, and now you.
I'm not buying no ROG. Look. Let me say something real quick. All right. What's the price of the Switch One right now?
$450 if you don't bundle Mario Kart. $500 if you do.
$450 if you don't bundle. The ROG is how much?
We don't know, but rumors are talking at least $700 for the weaker version.
For the weaker version, so at least $1,000 for the Pro version or something, right? Somewhere along the lines.
Extreme.
Bro, See, like, bro, like, and people were complaining about Nintendo dropped the price and shit. Bro, you see what they're doing? The Series X is $700. Now they're about to drop another piece of hardware that's gonna be another like $500, $600, $700, or get the Pro version for damn near $1,000. Bro, this is exhausting, man.
You talking about the next generation of Xbox consoles?
Bro, that's what I'm saying though. Like y'all got the ROG coming out, and the next generation of Xbox coming out. The previous generation, y'all just upped the price to like fucking $700 fucking bucks. At least the Switch one. How much is
$600?
How much is the Switch one?
Switch one is still $300.
Bro, look.
$299.95.
Actually, they just had the OLED on sale for $249.99.
You see what I'm saying? That is what I'm saying. Like, bro, I would rather if I didn't have a Switch 2, I'd probably buy a Switch 1 before I buy a fucking ROG for $700. Excuse my French. That's all I'm saying. It's just, I feel like they're branching out. I respect them for branching out, but it's like,
look,
dude, it just don't make sense to me, man. It's just annoying. Like, it's just weird.
Let me finish getting all of their stuff together, and then I'm gonna go into the details.
All right. I'm triggered. So, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm triggered.
We have AMD's Jack Hune. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But he says, big vision, bold partnership, and we're just getting started. What if the boundaries between player and experience disappeared? It looks stunning, it responds to you, it goes with you, and it remembers where you left off, no matter where you play. In this next chapter with Xbox, we're not just pushing pixels, we're reimagining what's possible when silicon, software, and AI come together, unlocking new levels of fidelity, fluidity, and freedom, all with one goal, bringing players closer to the game.
Bro, that's the most PR fucking statement I think I've heard all month, bro.
I don't know. Lie. That shit everyone does PR statements. You can't just act like this is not something that is just normal.
We're bringing fidelity and gaming together with AI technology. I hear that shit and I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't. My bad. I'm being a hater. I'm trying not to, but it's hard. It's really hard. This topic is really hard for me not to be a hater, bro.
So
we're bringing gaming together, and you can go on and go.
And then AMD also responded, we're designing a full roadmap of gaming optimized chips, combining the power of Ryzen and Radeon for consoles, handhelds, PCs, and the cloud. And we're doing it all with backwards compatibility. So backwards compatibility is a big part. And then, so yeah, that's all of the stuff that came out. That's all the details we got. It was very vague. It wasn't really. Obviously, they didn't show any hardware. They didn't.
So they said a paragraph of nothing about a new console on the horizon is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah, but this is
word salad about a console.
This is in the face of all the rumors that Xbox is getting out of the console business. That they're just gonna be PC only. That they're moving over to just telling everyone to just get a PC and PlayStation are just gonna be third party. And this is kind of a direct, like, hey, that's not happening.
We're not going nowhere.
But to a certain extent, they kind of are, because it does, to a certain extent, they are kind of moving to PC. Because we know that their goal is to blend PC and consoles, so that there's not going to be a distinct PC version and a console version anymore when it comes to the Play Anywhere. It'll be, because basically right now how Play Anywhere works is that you have your Xbox version, and when you boot it up on your Series X, obviously it's gonna be, you don't have to worry about like moving the specs around or like moving settings or anything like that. It is just gonna work right out the box. When you download on your PC, it can be a completely different game, because the PC version is gonna be able to basically do certain things that the console version may not be able to, such as like Microsoft Flight Simulator having VR while the console version doesn't. Now, they're trying to blend that so that when you buy an Xbox version, you automatically get the PC version, and it's not only certain third parties are able to, like, only certain third parties that agree to it have a play anywhere version of the game. Right now, it's like 3% of Xbox games are actually play anywhere, which is not ideal because play anywhere is like literally one of their best features. So the objective of the next generation is to make it so that play anywhere is the only version of the game. If you have an Xbox console, the next generation Xbox console, every game that you buy, you can boot up on your PC, and then you'll be able to play it. You can play it where you left off. You don't have to worry about rebuying the game. You don't have to worry about buying 2 different versions or anything. It's already there. Or you boot up in the cloud on your phone. Every game automatically becomes cloud compatible, which is something that is also for whatever reason, that is not a thing on Xbox. So every game that comes out on Xbox is automatically cloud compatible. Every game is automatically PC compatible with one version.
So there's not going to be an Xbox version anymore. It's what you're saying. Like all games are going to be like PC and Xbox compatible for the most part.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
What I think is going to happen is that the Xbox is essentially going to be a PC, and they're also going to have a full PC gaming UI that if you have a PC and you don't want all of the PC bullshit that comes with it, they'll have a gaming OS that gets rid of all of the extra processes, all of the background stuff going on, so you can get the full performance of your PC and use it for gaming. You boot right into the gaming part without having to worry about doing all the Windows stuff to get to the gaming. And the ROG Ally is the first kind of test for that. So that's step 1 of this phase, or I should say that's the alpha version of the next gen plans. Then once they get that UI, they're gonna build the consoles that use that UI, and essentially it'll be like, hey, if you have an Xbox, it's a PC. That's all it is. Your Xbox is a PC.
They're cannibalizing.
So since it's a PC, you can download Steam, you can download GOG, you can download Epic Game Store, EA Play, whatever you want.
You said GOG? Hey.
GOG, hold it on.
Nah, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. This just like, I feel like it's a cool idea, right? But I feel like Steam kind of already like set the work, like, you know, for something like this to even be a thing. Like they already have it where you can put. The only difference is, from what I'm understanding, is like, all right, they're gonna have a updated user experience where you don't have to fiddle and diddle with fucking settings and shit, and that's about it. But it's like, honestly, like I'd rather play, if I have a choice to buy an Xbox every 4 to 5 years or play on my PC that I barely have to upgrade every like 7 to 8 fucking years.
7 to 8
I'd
years
rather
is the console life.
Bro, look, console life. Look, if I could play the same games on my PC, what's the point? What's the point? Unless I want to play handheld, but I got options. If I want to play handheld, I can play.
This is where it comes into play. So you buy the Xbox, right?
Okay.
And
I'm listening.
It's a PC at the end of the day. Like I said, you can download Steam, you can download all these other stores, but you obviously have the Xbox store front and center. And because it's a PC, you would think that it would have the same kind of you have to kind of optimize your experience, or it doesn't have that optimized experience that a console does, where they know the silicon and they basically optimize the game to fully max out what the console can do. That's why console games can be on the level of $1,500 PCs at $500. But
You said that's why Gears of War is the best game ever?
exactly. But basically it'll be a PC that it'll automatically detect when you play an Xbox game. It'll be like, oh, this is
Really?
the official Xbox console. It'll go to the Xbox settings automatically. You don't have to fiddle with it. It knows that this is the like, it knows the hardware, and then you don't have to worry about doing all the tweaking and twerking to get your settings right.
We're diddling, fiddling, tweaking and
But
twerking, bro. We need to
Also,
get.
with that same version of the game, you download it on your actual PC, and then you can still have that full PC experience if you want that. But you only have to buy the game one time. So this is the same as the Nintendo Switch. Is Xbox's version though. Everything that they have worked towards to this point is culminated into this one product. Their Windows PC, their Xbox, and cloud, all in the way that it should have been from the start with the Series X, honestly. Because it's been, they have half-assed the console, they've half-assed PC, and they've half-assed cloud. But now, if they pull it off the way that I think it should be, this will be them actually being able to capitalize on all three of these things, and it actually works harmoniously. So, if you want to be a full-on PC gamer, but you love Game Pass and you love Xbox games, you will benefit. If you are the Xbox console owner who doesn't want to diddle and tweak and twerk when they play a game, then
I'll be tweaking and twerking out there now.
you can just boot your Xbox up like it would be any other Xbox, and all of your games are compatible. And then if you are someone who does not, you can't even, like, you can't afford to buy a console, but you have good enough internet, you can cloud stream from your phone, your TV, eventually your Nintendo Switch 2. Stream that Game Pass.
What does eventually mean, in 2027?
I don't like the idea. Man. What did Tay Talk say?
Game Pass on Switch 2, it's happening.
Let's get to these comments, man.
So-
I hate the idea, but you know, let's talk to the chat about it.
Yeah, with that, this is Xbox basically capitalizing on their Windows their Windows market, and basically using that to bring Xbox to the popularity. Now, will Xbox outsell the Nintendo Switch 2 or the PS6? There is no PS6, hashtag no PS6. But will it outsell these consoles? Probably not. I still don't think Xbox will ever be that guy. But because they will officially make Windows and Xbox in full force, that is how they will win. And also, obviously, they're going full third party. PlayStation is going to be making the money. Nintendo Switch is going to be making the money also. As a publisher, they will be one of the biggest publishers out there.
I'm not hating on the publishing part. I just hate the hardware. I hate the hardware, and I hate the shit's. I don't know, man. I think I'd rather deal with Steam and the Steam handheld than all this fucking extra. All right, so there's a difference, right? Like, I feel like if you got Steam on your PC, if you're a PC player and you got Steam, like, diddling and fiddling and tweaking and twerking ain't that big of a deal. Like if you're
twerking ain't that big of a deal. It's crazy.
It's not that big of in 2025. The fiddling and diddling is not that big of a deal, guys. It ain't. Like, come on. We all got.
Niggas already cheating on Gears of War. Wow. My bad.
No, you're good. But yeah, man. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't know. I'm not sold on this idea, and you're not gonna. I don't think you're able to sell me on this idea personally, but that's just me.
Well, okay, so in that sense, why would you choose a Steam Deck over an Xbox handheld?
Oh, never would. Never.
Why, if Steam does get into the actual console business, because there has been rumors
I ain't gonna lie,
kind of getting into that. Why would you choose that over the Xbox Windows?
Let me cut you off real quick.
Yeah.
Right.
That boy Kanye West is about to have the Rock go up right now.
Whoa.
What happened? How did this happen?
Because he showed that he was gaming and stuff, and then now on Instagram there's this one dude showing how he was gaming. Kanye was gaming and you could produce on the Rock. So I'm like, man, I know people are just about to go up even more once the Xbox One drops.
Bro, you suck at Tony Hawk, bro.
Hey man, leave me alone.
You are so ass. You are so ass, bro. Why did you put this up as B-roll?
All right, leave me alone. It gets better over time. This is my first time. Leave me alone. All right. So
my first day out here.
Okay, so if
I just need to figure out how to do a backflip.
You already have a PC, right? You already have a decent PC, but when it's time to upgrade,
it's time for me to upgrade.
What's gonna make you want to spend $600-700 on an upgrade versus $600-700 on the Xbox console that will give you all of the perks of PC gaming with the convenience of a console?
No, I'm not. Okay, I'll say this. If you don't have a PC and you want to play PC and Steam games, and maybe this is perfect for you. Maybe this is but for me, a person that barely plays handheld, for one, and for two, if I am forced to play handheld, I'm playing my Switch. I'm not I'm good. I'm good.
You can buy an actual console.
Look, I'm just saying. Like, I prefer playing on my PC in general. Like, consoles are cool. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have the means to spend $1,500 on a PC, I understand it's expensive. It's expensive barrier of entry. And that's why it makes sense for Xbox to have like these things for people that don't have like the luxuries of like a standard PC. But like for me, a guy that already has like a PC and already has like a handheld I can play on, that's all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I barely play handheld, period. Like, this shit is dumb and lame. But like, I'm not gonna hate. This is for somebody. Somebody's gonna buy. Somebody's gonna think this is a good deal. And I'm not. If it's a good deal for you, look, have at it. But like, I'm sorry, you're not selling this to me. This shit cannot get sold to me. Oh, you're out with Metroid? Also, all right, man.
You've never bought an Xbox console in the first place, so I understand from your perspective. But for the Xbox, the people who actually buy Xbox consoles already, I don't see this as any kind of lose scenario. Like, there's no losing in this scenario for them. Because another thing about being an Xbox fan is a lot of games skip Xbox, and that is something that'll be mitigated by Steam, because for the most part, whenever games do skip Xbox, they usually go to PlayStation and Steam, or they go to Nintendo Switch and Steam.
Yeah, exactly. You see the common denominator?
Yeah. Now you can have your Xbox console experience, but for those games that skip the Xbox, you have Steam as your backup. So when whatever indie Japanese game that they didn't want to port over to the Xbox doesn't come over, you still can play it on Xbox. Or sorry, on Steam. You can pull up Steam, download that game, and play it. You have to do a little tweaking and twerking because it's not gonna recognize that it's an Xbox. Like the average consumer, I don't think they're gonna do it. But the hardcore Xbox players, they're most likely gonna be more in tune and be able to just download Steam for those kind of purposes. Now, where I feel like this might be a bad idea with the whole Steam implementation is if these developers know that Steam is on Xbox and they're already gonna make a Steam version regardless, why do they need to make an Xbox version?
Yeah.
Like, what's their incentive to making an Xbox version? That's gonna be up to Microsoft and Xbox to figure out, because technically they have to make a Windows PC version. Like, they're already doing it. So I think if they're, plus I'm pretty sure the closer the consoles, like with each generation, it gets easier to go from a PC version to the console version. I'm pretty sure Xbox is gonna work to make that even easier now that they're blending Xbox and Windows in some capacity. So let me bring in some of the comments. So Lord Metroid says he agrees with Tej on the whole, like, who, like, why this isn't for me with Xbox's strategy. So this is probably a test. If it performs poorly, it is game over. Yeah, maybe for first party hardware, but I think third party Xboxes will still be a thing regardless. Like the Xbox or the Xbox Ally, which we will not be calling the ROG from here. The
ROG, please. Nah, they fucked up. See, that's, you know what it is? I feel like Xbox is like saturating themselves in a way. They gotta unify the brand a little. Like, they're everywhere. They got Series X.
This is the opposite of what they want to do.
All they had to do was flip it backwards and call it the board, bro.
The whole point of this is an Xbox is to show that Xbox is everywhere. That is why the PlayStation is an Xbox. Your TV is an Xbox. Your phone is an Xbox. Your, like, everything is an Xbox. That is their whole strategy now, because the Xbox was not enough. Obviously, that's why they were losing the generation.
Are they gonna make Xbox glasses?
I can see that. Xbox smart glasses. I mean, they saying the Meta Quest is an Xbox, so.
But that's not helping the Meta Quest. That's not helping the Meta Quest.
It don't need to help the Meta Quest. It just needs to help Xbox.
It needs to help Xbox. See, that's the thing I'm trying to say. Like, Xbox, like, bro, Xbox being everywhere, I don't think that's gonna be a good thing for Xbox's brand, bro. I don't think it's a good thing.
I think having what they were doing before was a good thing for their brand. So they have to try something different.
Bro, this something different is not it, bro. It's not it. You know what? They're trying to cater to gamers, enter the entry barrier for gaming. I understand that. But it's like, bro, like the hardcore Xbox people, they're probably already playing PC. They're probably already playing Steam games. Like, them diddling with fucking settings and turning off motion blur is not that big of a deal at the end of the day. At least for me, it's not a big of a deal. So that's what I'm saying. Like, for someone that doesn't have anything, don't have any real estate in the gaming market, like some brand new gamer, some 14-year-old kid, this might be great for them. But like some dude that actually got everything, they've been playing games for a few generations, they got a PC, they got a Switch, they got all this other shit. They're gonna look at this shit like, bro, this is typical Xbox bullshit. More Xbox bullshit. I'm sorry. Hey, y'all having a terrible time trying to change my mind on it, because y'all can't. It's impossible.
I feel you to a certain extent, but for the most, I feel like the console market is still there because a lot of people do not want to deal with PCs. Most of the people with consoles don't want to deal with the things that come with PCs.
Yeah, the crashes.
Yeah, no. One more thing. You saying everything is an Xbox, like that's a thing? Half the people that play on Xbox, they're not playing mobile. So they're not playing like games off their fucking Roku TV and shit. You know, they're playing the game as it should be played. Like Lord Metroid, they got the physical copy. They don't need that digital shit.
Hey, why you have to throw a shade at people playing on the Roku?
Hey man, look, if you play on the Roku, that's on you. All I'm saying is,
I played on my Amazon Fire TV.
That's what I'm saying. Like, people always want to say gaming is hard. I'll give Xbox this. Gaming, like people always want to say gaming's a luxury. Nah, bro. If you're smart, gaming's not that hard to get into. It really ain't, bro. Even if you gotta play illegitimate copies of games, it's really not that hard to get into. All you need is a goddamn controller.
All right, so let me bring in Tay Talks because he coming at you. He said to the hater on the panel, would you at least say this is a smart business move, a better business move than just making an Xbox Series X2?
This is a good business move for fucking casuals that don't already have consoles and don't already have PCs. Everybody else that already got like real estate in gaming.
It's crazy how they know the hater on the panel.
If I'm a hater, they don't care. They don't care.
So it's not a good business model for the current Xbox users.
Yes, it's not, I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're an Xbox fanboy, you already got a series. You already have a PC. You probably already got Game Pass. What else do you want? How many more ways you need to play on your game?
It's still a console. Is a console that has Steam. At the end of the day, your console experience will be a better console experience, and you get PC benefits also.
Bro, this, like I said, this is for casuals. Most people that already have like PCs and already got Game Pass and shit, this just.
If you're a casual, then what you're getting is a better Xbox, which is what everyone wants with the next piece of console.
Bro, I'm not buying it, bro. I'm not buying it.
I don't understand the negatives of this.
I agree with Don. Like if you're a casual, the shit that bothers.
I'm saying it's good for casual. I'm not talking about casual. I'm talking about the people that already have real estate.
Where's the negatives coming from for the hardcore?
Look, man, y'all console's $700 right now. Switch one dropped. Switch one dropped their prices. They dropped their prices. Now they
didn't drop
their Xbox
prices. It's the same
$700.
Bro, I think he's trying to get at is don't be a FOMO-sexual. You feel me? Hey, you feel me? These prices is ridiculous.
Like
his prices are ridiculous.
At the end of the day, I don't see any negatives in either situation. If you are a PC gamer, you are getting a Windows that works better with gaming. You get more performance out of Windows without all of the background processes, without all the bullshit slowing down your PC. If you are a casual, you can they're basically hitting every market. If you want the most high-end experience, obviously you're gonna build your own PC, but that PC will be closely tied to Xbox. If you are a casual who just wants the next console to game on, then they will have that console experience. It'll be a better Series X or Series S. And if you want a handheld, they got a handheld for you also. There's literally no loss. Like no one's being left behind.
You're right. I agree. I agree. But I'm saying, like, for most people that aren't casuals, because casuals, they'll take whatever the fuck you give them. You know what I'm saying? Casuals, they don't have no brain capacity to think, oh, this is a good decision or a bad decision. They just want to play the game. So, you know, like, if this is for them, that's fine.
You know what casuals do? No, casuals are playing Mortal Kombat 1 on the Switch. Because they don't care, bro.
You know, exactly. They don't care.
At the same time, casuals also like graphics. And there's two sides to the casual argument. There are casuals.
Yeah, we're not saying that they don't like.
Yeah,
we're not saying that they don't like
another powerful Series X, and they like, oh man, look at Cyberpunk 2079, and that shit looking crazy on the new Xbox. And now also, it got AI in it or something, and AI is cool.
Look, I'll say this. If y'all cared about casuals so past 2-3 generations, why have y'all Xbox been fumbling and crumbling and making every mistake in its mere existence, fumbling that? Like, come on.
Most of Xbox's mistakes was that one, they launched the Series X and S with no games.
I ain't gonna lie.
They did not get a game until the next year.
That doesn't sound good for casuals, guys.
No, I ain't gonna lie.
Now, what was watching a
the
$300 console? That's why they were
for the casual space.
But now it's $700. So what's the difference?
They were
doing better than the PlayStation.
They were selling higher than the PlayStation for a short period of time because they were able to get more Series S's than they were able to make PS5s.
No, exactly. The only reason they were able to sell PS5s was just hard to find when they dropped.
And
they were hard to find for like the first year and a half.
For the Series S at $300 because they could get the same games for the most part. But what happened was Xbox never got their game situation under control in time before the PS5 actually started releasing, or like they were able to get consoles out. They took
that ain't good for
a year too long to get them games out, like Starfield, to get the games out like Forza Horizon and all these other games. They took too long.
Bro, I'm telling you, you know what the
also,
problem
Halo
is?
Infinite did not do what it was supposed to do at launch.
What's to do? Exactly.
What's it called? Starfield, even though I love Starfield, it didn't live up to people's expectations. Hellblade 2 did not live up to people's expectations. Things like that. It's only like now that like everything that they're putting out is actually hidden how it's supposed to.
I'll give Xbox credit because y'all gonna say I'm an Xbox blah blah. I will say Xbox got more games than PlayStation, but it's like at the end of the day, like, dude, come on, man, they fumbled
More
a
games
lot.
for casual gamers.
They had the real estate to push forward, and PlayStation was able to put out the consoles and get the sales for the consoles. And I'll say that one more thing. You know how many videos I've seen of casuals? And when I say casuals, I mean literally little kids getting Xboxes and crying.
So they get a PlayStation to play Fortnite. Woohoo!
Those are the little kids are the casuals, and they were crying when not in a good way.
Hey, but they can play Roblox on that Xbox though.
Yeah.
Hey, can you play
Roblox was on the Xbox and it wasn't even on PlayStation.
Exactly.
No, PlayStation still?
Nah, it's on there now. It came out like last year.
Like for the longest, bro.
Xbox fumbling have to do with new console direction, bro. The whole point is that they had to go to a new direction because they fumbled. You just answered your own question in your own sentence.
I mean, that's how
they want to be reaching.
That's how most things
they didn't
work.
mess up back then in the day.
Why do you think PlayStation can get away with just making another PlayStation that's exactly like the last PlayStation but better? Because people that's the default console. People buy the PlayStation because it's a PlayStation.
Exactly.
And especially after the PlayStation 4, because your library carries over it. That's why it didn't matter how good the Series X was, how much more powerful it was, how much better the UI experience, quick resume, backwards compatibility. It didn't matter about any of that because their PS4 games
and they're still paying the price
carry
to this
over
day.
To the Xbox. But
bro,
the PS4
Xbox
games
fucked up with
to
the
Xbox
PS5. One. They fucked up with the Xbox One, and they're still fumbling till this day about it. I'm not gonna lie.
The Xbox
y'all can argue with yourselves. They can argue and say I'm reaching or whatever. Hey, look, y'all fucked up then, and now y'all still paying the price.
The Xbox, they're still paying the price for the Xbox One fuck up today.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
How bad that one was.
Yeah, exactly. And they still haven't been able to reach. They almost did when the PS5 wasn't, it was hard to find. But then, it just went back to the normal course of action. PlayStation 4 dominated. PlayStation 5, I hate to say, hey, look, they sold the consoles.
Is dominating with 0 games, that's just
exactly.
Because, and it's all off of because of the PS4.
Are we talking about awards?
Exactly.
Are we talking about awards?
No, I'm talking about sales, console sales.
Oh.
Console sales and just overall company success. That's all I'm talking about.
Now, PlayStation has their own problems, obviously, because they're selling consoles. They're not selling games. Consoles are not what makes money. It's the games.
I'm not buying either console or game from PlayStation for the console. I'll buy that bitch on.
He has his reason.
Now, okay, I want to put this into perspective now. So, with Xbox's strategy, not even talking about the console sales or success or anything like this. A PS6 comes out that is literally just it's PS5 Pro.
Plus
Pro. That's like PS5 Pro. That's all the PS6 is.
AI assisted or something.
Yeah, obviously they're gonna have some kind of AI, but it's not gonna. Obviously, Microsoft is the lead when it comes to AI. How do they compete as a console with Xbox's ecosystem? Just like Nintendo Switch's hybrid approach means that PlayStation isn't gonna beat them in handheld or console because of that. This is the same thing except in a different sense with Xbox.
I ain't gonna lie, they took too long to innovate, bro.
And that's another thing. Honestly, what we're seeing next generation is what the Series X should have been. They should have been.
Exactly.
This is what the Series X should have been, but they half-assed this generation with the console, with the PC, and with cloud. And now we're finally getting the full. This is the Wii, like the Wii U. The Wii U is what the Switch, or like, is what they could do, but the Switch is what they wanted to do. That's how I feel about the Xbox Series X generation.
Dude trying to analyze Xbox strategy, but because he has no actual points, he's invoking Xbox past fuck ups. I mean, it's almost as if they fucked up in the past and now they're making up for it right now. So still also saying what I've been saying. That's every.
If
it wasn't for the Xbox One, it wouldn't be in this position.
Every console has fucked up. And
you can argue with yourself all you want. I don't care. Prove me wrong. You can't prove me wrong. All you can say is weird, strong.
It just is what it is,
wrong, buddy.
It just is what it is. Hey,
so,
he didn't even have a point. He just said,
I understand where TikTok is coming from, because if the Wii U didn't fuck up, would the Switch exist as it does today?
You're right. I agree.
When the console fucks up, and if and then it goes on to the next console and the next console, people gonna keep on remembering that fuck up. Yeah. And they're gonna be like, are we gonna have this? Are we gonna have this again? Type shit. Like,
I can't talk about the past to explain the present and the future.
Also, you know, things could have been completely different if PlayStation went first at E3 instead of Xbox, because PlayStation had the exact same things in the PS4 that Xbox One had. They had the always online. They had the DRM. They had the like, you had to download the disc and you wouldn't be able to trade it in. They had all of that. They saw what happened with Xbox, and you know what they did? They delayed their presentation. They delayed the presentation
with the PR.
But that was just E3 scheduling. It had, like, they didn't purposefully go after Xbox. It just happened. So imagine what life would be if Xbox would have went after PlayStation. That is literally one of the biggest what if. Like, we need that Marvel what if moment. Except Xbox goes first, or no, Xbox goes after PlayStation, and PlayStation reveals, "Hey, we have the PlayStation Eye, and it tracks you." And we have, because the PlayStation 4 works with the eye camera. But they didn't even talk about it during the presentation. They cut all of that out. They put that, this is how you trade game, or you share your game. Because they had that in there, but then they were like, oh shit, we gotta take that out ASAP. They delayed for 3 hours, recut the whole presentation, and dropped the price $100 to $399.
All right. I got a hot take. I feel like PlayStation fans are just not critical. Like Xbox, they're ultra critical. Like Xbox fans are.
That's why we say they got Stockholm syndrome.
And PlayStation can do the same exact thing. PlayStation fans don't give a fuck as long as Fortnite, as long as Fortnite still works. And or whatever FIFA or basketball or whatever works, you know what I'm saying?
It's not even like PlayStation hardcore fans are not the majority. That's the thing. When it comes to the majority of the PlayStation base, they are when you don't have a ball or gun in the game. That's film. That is literally
they make the other PlayStation fans look bad, bro. They make the other not all PlayStation fans are like that, but definitely make the.
And that's why when like the PlayStation games outside of God of War and Spider-Man, Astrobot, as much as I don't like Astrobot, that is a very polished and good game that you would, if it was a Nintendo game, it would sell 10 plus million.
Yep.
On PlayStation, they barely hit in 2 million. I think they finally hit 3. Like
game of the
because
year.
that's not what their base is usually after.
that's what I'm like. That's what I'm saying. Their base don't care about those first party games.
They're the real
Horizon-
casuals. They're the real
like,
casual.
Horizon,
And they're not critical.
God of War, Spider-Man. That's the Halo, Gears, and Forza of PlayStation right now. As long as
Like, they didn't care about what's that phone? They didn't care about Foam Stars.
Returnal didn't sell, which is their best game.
Nobody cared about Foam Stars. Nobody cared about.
I'll never forgive the PlayStation fan base for Gravity Rush 2. Best game that has ever come out of PlayStation, and they just let it die.
Yeah, the stuff. Yeah, but that's the problem. They keep letting stuff die that people care about. And then, like, the stuff that people care about that dies, they're like, y'all didn't really.
And then
They make it because
they
people are
love
asking for
to
it.
tote Bloodborne, and that shit sold 2 million copies, barely. Elden Ring got here about to hit 30 million, and y'all talking about Bloodborne is the greatest Souls-like ever, PlayStation exclusive, and that shit sold 2 million on y'all platform. Crazy.
And we still haven't got a Bloodborne 2 yet. Crazy.
So the PlayStation base, they don't care about the exclusives, but people buy those consoles for third party because it's the default console. They're buying it for GTA 6, they're buying it for 2K, they're buying it for Call of Duty.
They're buying it for Fortnite.
Exactly. Or they're staying on PS4 because all of those games are still on there until GTA 6 comes out.
Exactly.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Everybody
Black Ops
that
7 is coming to PS4. Like, that is crazy to me. It is 2025, 5 years into the generation.
They need them player numbers, guys. The PS4, bro, they'll never get stopped.
Hey, I got a homie that's playing that still be on my. Actually, my cousin, I gave him my PS4. He's still playing 2K 2020, and he's like in year 50 something of his. I'm like,
He's part of the problem. He's part of the problem.
Playing the games.
He
Casual,
already surpassed
bro.
LeBron James. Bro, LeBron James still in the season. Like,
This how deeply rooted my friends are. They created he created me and other people in real life in the game, and we already retired.
Bro, I remember, I didn't know why. I used to do that shit.
Yo, that's
Bro, I used to do
crazy.
that shit in 2K13.
I can't get mad at that.
I ain't gonna lie.
No, like 2K8. I ain't even gonna lie. It was like 2K8. I was making all my friends.
Bro, these are the casuals y'all are talking about,
that's
bro.
what I'm saying.
That's
why it took them 5 years for the PlayStation 5 base to finally surpass the PS4's base. Because
And if I never
all of the
gave him my
best games-
PS4, he would have been on PS4.
I got 2K 2019 on my Switch. Bro, I do not need another 2K game.
Bro, and then that's all it is basketball. You really just need the new players. They got downloaded rosters.
Yeah.
Some people hate every 2K after 2020, so it's like,
Bro,
what's the
honestly,
point?
2021 was the last time I really enjoyed 2K. I ain't even gonna lie.
Nah, bro, I'm on Twitter and they were like 2K13, bro.
2K13 is still my favorite bad. 2K13 is still my
Can't
favorite.
get. Yeah, nah, that was the like one of the
The
best.
Jay-Z soundtrack.
That's the
like,
Jordan
soundtrack
one
was
with the
Yeah, Jordan was on there. Oh no, that was the one with Russell
or the
Westbrook.
KD. Okay.
It was Russell
But
Westbrook. Wait, was it Westbrook?
it's funny how people, even casuals,
I think it was KD like that.
arguing.
It was like three
on
people,
there.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny how casuals, even them, they're like, yeah, bro. These games
Right.
don't hold a candle to the open
But
game.
yeah, all right. But Xbox plans, I'm for it. I think this is the perfect strategy because they can't continue doing what they were doing. It was never gonna. They were never gonna be able to beat any of these. They weren't gonna beat Nintendo and PlayStation by trying to be Nintendo and PlayStation. Xbox is not that guy anymore. They had one chance with the 360. They fucked it up with the Xbox One, and they were never able to recover. So the only thing they can do is to pivot to a strategy that only they can do, because PlayStation cannot do this. Nintendo cannot do this.
Can't. Well, Nintendo got a better strategy. I'll say that. And let me just say something. Imagine you asked you to evaluate Nintendo's new strategy with the Switch after the failure of the Wii U, and dude brings up the Wii U and the GameCube. Well, I mean, you got to look at the past strategy to see which new strategy you're going to go with. But I will say, at the end of the day, Nintendo's strategy when it comes to handheld and dock gaming is less convoluted than this stupid shit Xbox keeps throwing in our faces. I'm sorry. It's less confusing and it's more.
It's not even, bro. It's. I don't understand how it's simple for everyone. If you want a console, you get the console. If you want a handheld, which will most likely be dockable in the first place, because the ROG and like the original ROG is dockable. So the ROG Ally X or whatever their new handheld is gonna be dockable as well. You have that experience also. If you want a PC, you can have that experience also, and they're all Xbox experiences. There's nothing convoluted about it. No one's telling you to get all three. No,
I'm not saying I'm gonna get all three. I'm saying I already got a handheld. I don't need no more handheld. I already got a PC, so I can already play whatever on PC. Like
that's you see, we're not talking about
you. It's me. That's what I'm saying. This shit like is for casual.
Yeah, we're talking about casuals. And the casuals have their experience. The hardcore have their experience, and they're all Xboxes.
He said it's an Xbox, it's an Xbox, it's an Xbox, it's an Xbox.
It's Xbox, exactly. Like how many different formats? Like
they have
at least for someone that already got a format to play it on. That's all I'm saying. I already got a format to play these games on.
Okay. And for those people,
TJ can't get past the part that it's not for
there's
him.
Gonna be people who don't.
I understand.
There's gonna be people who have PCs, and their PC is just gonna transform into an Xbox. There's gonna be people on PlayStation who don't want to buy another console. Then they have the choice to buy Xbox games. They're gonna miss out on Game Pass though. They're gonna miss out on Play Anywhere. But that is what they chose. They would rather.
And that's
just
a
have
sacrifice
the
they're willing to take.
As we've seen with the sales of Forza Horizon 5, PlayStation fans are okay paying $70 for the games that Xbox players are getting for free. Like, that is the case. Same thing is gonna happen with Nintendo Switch 2, and that is just how it's gonna be. But
you said Nano Switch 2, they're having one?
Hey, they better pay that price. Hey, they better pay that price. Only up $2.
Gets
only up $2,
better
man.
and better every year, and becomes like less and less avoidable. That is going to be the driver for all the entire experience. Game Pass is the driver at the end of the day.
I agree. I think Game Pass is still like the best gaming plan on the market easily. And I'll give Xbox credit. Like Game Pass is the best thing they got going for them. I like Game Pass. I just hate their hardware. I hate their hardware and I hate their fucking.
Is that credit? That sounds like a backhanded
ass and convoluted. And if y'all hate it, hey, if y'all think I'm a hater for saying that, I guess I'm a fucking.
He said that's the best thing going for them.
That's the best thing they got going for them is Game Pass. Literally, like it's no comparison compared to PlayStation and Nintendo.
Got
but
it on my PC and my Xbox and my handheld and my ROG Ally X and my TV.
I'm not buying nothing called a fucking ROG. I refuse. I'm not buying a goddamn.
It's actually ROG.
It depends.
I don't care. I'm calling a ROG is longer to say than a ROG. I'd rather just say a ROG. ROG. That's 3 syllables. Buddy.
All right, then say Republic of Gamers.
That's like 7 syllables.
Gamers Ally X. That's
look, I'm not saying all that. I'm not saying their government name.
Yeah, just call it the Ally.
I just call it the Xbox Ally.
Just call it the Sidekick 5.0. The Sidekick 360.
Bro, if the Switch had a Sidekick display that goes, and then you could text
dual screen,
a swivel
dual screen. Oh, hey man.
Yeah, that'd be kind of sick.
The Switch 3 about to go crazy. That's all I'm saying. Switch 3 about to go
A swivel
crazy.
dual screen would be generational.
The Switch side chick would be crazy as fuck. I ain't gonna lie, that'd be crazy.
Let me get other people into the mix. So, me and Teach has obviously been going at it, but Mars, how do you feel about the direction that they're going as far as kind of blending PC, Xbox, and into one kind of entity where you can basically try to hit all the demographics?
They wants to do it first. They're ahead of the game right now. That's why I think, you feel me? Hey, the only way it'll backfire is if somebody else does it better, but I don't see that happening.
All right. And Ace,
you're optimist. At least you're optimist. I'm not gonna,
Ace, how do you feel about the strategy?
Oh,
all right.
He hates it just like me. It's terrible. Bad strategy.
Hey, you know who got bad strategy? Sony.
Now,
they're the only ones with the worst strategy.
Huh?
Since you have an Xbox, or no, you have a PC, but you don't have an Xbox.
Yeah.
So you're due for an upgrade on your PC. Would you still go with a PC, or would you go with the Xbox in this case?
You mean like the Ally?
No. Like
or whatever has all the games and stuff.
Yeah, like the next generation Xbox Series X or whatever the
next
powerful console is.
I mean, I might like my PC be acting up. I already got to upgrade my PC. It really depends, because I might just upgrade my PC and have two PCs type shit.
You heard it here first, folks. He said he's getting a PC over the Xbox.
Because me personally, I have never owned an Xbox. I've never bought an Xbox.
I've owned an Xbox.
It's always friends and family that I go around that have Xbox stuff. Like I've never no FOMO over here. You feel me? Hey, for Xbox. You feel me?
Hey, he said no FOMO. He participated in the Switch.
Bro, don't stop bringing bullshit.
All right,
sound like you're the FOMO sexual.
But
that's
like,
all I'm
for
saying.
me, I've bought every Xbox up until now, and I've obviously had a PC since 2015. But
like,
honestly,
if my PC worked how I wanted it to work, yeah, I'd probably get an Xbox, because I'm not getting no Sony. I'm not doing that again.
If they were to merge Xbox and PC, and my full Xbox library is now on PC for the first time, then I would probably not buy an Xbox at that point, just because it would be easier for me to just upgrade my PC than it would to just buy another console. And honestly, I think that the consoles are going to be starting at $700, $600 probably, knowing where we're heading with hardware prices. So I think that's how it's gonna be.
I hate to say it, Chuck is vindicated in a way, bro.
Is he though?
I never would have thought. Yeah. I'm Team Chuck right now. What are you talking about? He's vindicated.
But that's Xbox and their next generation. Oh, one other tidbit. Now, Xbox has had a kind of a schedule of how they kind of announce things and then the release since the Xbox One X, because the summer of 2017, they announced Project Scorpio, which was the Xbox One X. And then the next year, in the holiday, fall of 2018, they dropped the Scorpio. Or sorry, it was 2019, not 2018. So it was one year later. But they announced it summer 2018 and dropped it fall 2019. And then, no wait, it had to be 2018. Okay, I'm so off. It was, they announced it summer 2016, dropped it fall 2017. That's how it went. All right, 2 years later, summer of 2019, they announced Project Scarlet, the Series X. When did it drop? Fall 2020. Now we got it's summer right now. They just announced
I see.
the Xbox.
I see what he's doing.
Summer of 2025. is it
Fall 2026?
fall 2026? We get in the Xbox a whole 2 years earlier than the PS6. They get in the ball.
That's smart.
Recognition.
I'll give them credit. If they could, see, the thing is, Xbox needs a space, right? They need a space to just drop and not worry about new PlayStation, not worry about, just focus on your brand. Focus on the brand.
The 360 was able to take off because they dropped November 2005, and the PS5 or PS3 did not come out until November 2007. So almost they had a whole 2 years to have Gears, to have Halo dominating, had the online, had Xbox Live Arcade. All of that stuff was popping off. And it was only PS2.
Bro, games competing at the same time is a problem. But having your console not be able to drop at the same time as another console, like they should compete like that, like drop around this around the same time.
Nah, it's terrible for because it never ends good for
PlayStation is gonna win if they drop next to each other. Because PlayStation is PlayStation.
They're gonna win every time.
But
if you give consumers a choice between PlayStation and Xbox, they're gonna choose PlayStation most of the time, bro. I'm telling you.
As Spirit of Truth loves to tell us, homosexuality is real in these streets.
It's real.
If you have a new next generation Xbox that's like leagues ahead of the PS5 Pro and the PS5 and the Series X, and you seeing all of the stuff that they doing over there, and there's no PS6 in sight, you gonna be like, damn, I might need to get that Xbox.
I got this money burning a hole in my pocket.
Right, just sitting there, you gonna be like, damn,
it could work the other way. It could work the other way too. Half the people playing on PlayStation only playing Fortnite, and they're gonna wait till the next PlayStation to play Fortnite.
Okay, but those aren't the FOMO-sexuals, obviously. The FOMO-sexuals are the ones who are gonna buy it in the first 2 years. Day ones. They
want the brand new shiny thing as soon as the new shiny thing pops up.
Exactly. And if the Series X actually hits, or whatever they call it, because you can never look. We know what the PS is gonna be, PS6, but Xbox, you can never tell what the hell they about to name their console. That's a bad thing, by the way.
The Xbox Vega. So you gonna have the ROG and the Vega?
Honestly, they should just go Series X2 or whatever. Like just throw a 2 at the end, like Switch did. No confusions in sight.
No, it's confusing. The packaging got a big 2. I don't know if it's.
So yeah,
it's confusing.
But dropping 2 years earlier than PlayStation, and obviously they're gonna have the games this time, because they don't even know what to do with all the games that they have right now. They dropping games on top of each other because they have too many games. They got their own games cannibalizing their own games.
Honestly, I would say Xbox crushing for the past year.
That's my problem.
Crushing fucking PlayStation on games, bro. I'll give Xbox credit on that. When it comes to game output, they've been dropping consistently.
Bro, ever since the end of 2023. They have been dropping hard.
They've been dropping harder than anybody else. I'll give them credit on the game. The game output, Xbox.
Game Pass has been killing it.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, with how much they're dropping, Game Pass got no choice but to kill it, bro. They've been dropping like at least a game a month, at least. It feels like.
So that's where if they have a launch lineup, which is okay, but this is the thing. We heard from the E3, or not E3, but the Summer Game Fest, the game showcase that they had. Mm-hmm. They said, Phil Spencer came out and said, next year we're gonna have a new Forza, Gears E-Day, and the next Halo coming out and Fable coming out in 2026. Imagine if those are the launch titles. Imagine if you got a Gears, a Halo, a Forza and Fable dropping with
Fortnite
your
for free.
new console.
Hey, I'm with it.
And free Fortnite.
And Fortnite updates with exclusive features that only you can get
Master
on the
Chief.
Master Chief already in the game, but
Oh man.
you get some exclusive Fortnite modes and features that only and Call of Duty next gen only stuff that only you can do.
You can't stop saying. Look. You need to tell Xbox to just pay you money to say everything you're about to say, right?
Bro.
Ain't no.
No. But like, if they have that launch lineup with the new Xbox console, who's gonna stop them? For at least like with the PS6 dropping in 2028, they have free reign. Obviously, these games have to hit. I think Gears E-Day, that's a shoe-in. That's gonna hit. Fable has to hit. The next Halo is gonna be a remake of the first game, and everyone we know we love re-rocks. Come on, we love re-rocks.
Good re-rock. Good re-rock.
We don't need
stepped on re-rock 3, 4, 5 times.
No. If it's Resident Evil 2 level remake of Halo 1, that's gonna be an iconic launch. So,
quick question: how many times have they released Halo 1?
Keep the co-op too. Like there was always co-op.
Once the match
single player
Master Chief collection. What other collection?
They had Halo 1, Halo 1 Combat Evolved or Remaster. What is it called? I forgot what the new one is called. CE Remastered. So they did a Halo 1 remaster on 360, and then obviously they just put the Halo 1 remaster in Master Chief collection, but it was basically the same game.
Bro, it's Halo 1. What else do you want? You just keep buying Halo 1 over.
Bro, we gotta remake it with all the new elements that they've added since Halo 1. So yeah,
Halo 1 definitely needs a remake, bro.
And it's gonna be an Unreal Engine 5. It's gonna look crispy. But yeah, man, I think they got.
I'll say if Xbox drops without nothing to worry about, they can just focus on their brand. They ain't gotta worry about competing sales with also dropping PS6 or fucking the already out Switch 2. They might have a chance to do something. I'll give them credit. I'm not gonna be a hater because people, I mean, I hate a little bit, but goddamn. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like if they just have the space to do it, they don't have to worry about nothing but dropping games or worrying about the marketing. They have a chance, especially if the PS6 don't come out for a while. Because right now, PS5 is just competing with PS4. They're not even competing with fucking Xbox. They're competing with the fucking last console nobody want to switch to. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the fucked up thing about this whole situation, bro. Like, that's the fucked up thing about this whole thing, bro. Like, they're not even competing with Xbox. They're competing with themselves. The motherfuckers don't want to switch to PS5. I don't blame them.
But yeah, we will see how everything plays out. Honestly, I think the full reveal would be. They would have to show it at. They might do another Game Awards drop because remember the Game Awards was when they showed off the Series X for the first time, and everybody was like, "Bro, no fucking way." Honestly, when I saw it, I thought it was a PC. I was like, Xbox is going PC. They just built a PC.
Yeah, it did like a PC. The Xbox did like a PC.
Now it's actually gonna be one. Let's go. But yeah, that's the Xbox next gen discussion. Let me get these comments and we gonna wrap up. So Lord Metro said,
sponsored by Trojan?
Whoa.
Lord Metro said, I don't like the overcomplicating of this bullshit. Just release an Xbox console and call it a day. Like I said, they can't compete.
Agree.
They cannot compete by just dropping a console because the default console is PlayStation. They have to do something that PlayStation can't do. That's
I would say one thing.
Nintendo did something that the others can't do to win. Xbox has to do the same thing.
No, I'll say this. Let me just say one thing. And Lord Metroid's defense, y'all said all this gimmick shit for Switch 2 and all this other shit. When the Xbox does the same thing, it's nothing at all. It's still a gimmick, but y'all want to call it a gimmick. But all right.
What are we calling the gimmick again?
So, they were
Play
talking
anywhere.
About, no. Well, with the Switch, they were talking about the hybrid and the motion controls and all that stuff were gimmicks.
Oh,
Yeah, but this is this a gimmick or is this a novelty or what do we call this?
It's an evolution.
We call this evolution. Stop glazing, you homosexual.
All right, Lord Metro said, my cousin doesn't know anything about PCs. I'm about to be bald on how many times my cousin is going to call on how to use this thing. So he's talking about if the Xbox works like a PC, which I don't think they're gonna make it work like a PC.
Yeah,
I'll say that. It sounds like they're gonna like simplify the whole PC aspect. It'll be a PC.
Because the Xbox already has like a developer mode that you can go into and you can expand the things that you can do with the Xbox console. Like you can download Dolphin emulator and all types of stuff like that if you go into the developer mode. I think they're gonna do something similar where you can boot into PC mode on your Xbox. And then you can do, if you are that hardcore type of gamer like us, and you want to do some PC shit on your Xbox, then you can go into that mode and do that. But if you don't want to deal with any of that, you'll never have to worry about that. It's going to be like buried in the settings like developer mode would be. All right.
Have it your way. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
And he says, well, they better not charge for online multiplayer anymore since it is both now. That is not going to fly. And I will 100% agree. Go online, paying for multiplayer online, that has to go next generation. Because why would I buy the Xbox version at that point if I have to pay online? I'd rather just get it on Steam and not have to pay online.
Exactly.
Unless they're going to say, oh, you need Xbox Live to access Steam. I'll slap them if they did that shit.
Full of PlayStation? Like, bro, no.
And then Tay Talk says the new Xbox strategy, regardless of how people feel about console wars, is very, very pro-consumer. Not sure why people bitching and crying about it, saying who's this for. Facts. If you buy one copy and you get
shots
to play it
fired
on like 5 different platforms, I don't see how that's not pro-consumer. He also says at some point Nintendo will have to take note of an Xbox and PlayStation handheld too. I don't agree with that one. I don't think any handheld anytime soon will ever be in competition with Nintendo's.
They need to, bro. PlayStation needs to get their gaming catalog up.
That's what I'm saying.
You feel me? Like they don't need to be focused on
they're
that.
competing with PlayStation 4. They're not even competing with Mario right now.
They drop a handheld. They'll have to focus on the games for the handheld. Like, bro,
exactly.
they're not doing that.
Exactly. They're just gonna be PS5/6 games
ports,
on.
bro,
there's gonna be ports. I mean, they're just gonna run just like the Steam Deck.
Let's be honest.
It's just gonna be.
Isn't there only like 20 PlayStation 5 games?
But what I was gonna say is that those handhelds are not gonna be $450. I can tell you that they're not gonna be $450.
800 minimum.
Yeah,
minimum.
And most people are not gonna the Vita died because of the price. As soon as 3DS dropped the price to $169 and the Vita was $250, or it was $299 and it dropped to $250, that shit still was not enough. Also, it had no games.
Which they still have a problem with.
Which they still don't have no games, but now they got expensive hardware and no games.
It's getting rough out here.
A waste of R&D, bro. A waste of R&D, bro.
But I do think that once these consoles go $700+ I think we're gonna get to the point where you're gonna have monthly contracts with your console like you do with phones. They're gonna put you on that 24-month payment plan. Just like, bro, because phones got to a point where it was like, people were not gonna pay $500, $600, now $1,000 for their phone, but they don't mind paying it off monthly for 2 years. And then guess what else you can bundle with the payment of that console? Game Pass. You get 24 months of Game Pass that you paying for, obviously, with that, but you're paying it off monthly, so it's okay. You don't mind it. It don't hit as hard.
Nah. If Xbox is smart, just give the new console players like a year Xbox, just so 6 months to a year, preferably a year of Xbox Game Pass, just so they can feel it out and see, and then take that shit away from them and force them to pay monthly, like some real capitalists.
It's not gonna give you a whole year of Game Pass.
They definitely not gonna do that.
6 months, 3 to 6 months, then something. Give them something. I'm trying to be pro-consumer.
More than a week. That's all I'm saying.
No, a week is at least
more than a week.
It would have to be at least 1 month, but even then, I don't think they're gonna do that either.
1 month to 3 months tops. I don't see nothing past that.
All right,
3 months would be crazy, but
let me get through the rest of these. He says, K-Talk says, Xbox was forced into this position due to market conditions. However, this is and was always the future. The more these consoles blur the PC line, the more everyone would have to go multi-devices. And honestly, we
Switch don't have to go multi-device.
When we saw what the original vision of the Xbox One was, it is what we are literally at today. But people were not ready for it in 2013, whereas obviously people love that shit in 2025. So
at this point, I'm like, it is what it is, but I ain't gotta like it. I'm a bitch and long.
Oh, Year-Round Chupu said, thinking Xbox was forced to do anything is hilarious. Nah, you're hilarious if you think they weren't forced to do this.
Yeah, they ain't got no choice.
Forced to fix whatever
they ain't got no choice. They ain't got no choice. Except fix the mistakes that their past selves made. That's all they could do.
Xbox has always been the trendsetter. They only became the trendsetter because or I shouldn't say, Xbox One's original vision was a trendsetter, but people didn't like the trend, and then they had to
backpedal,
change what their trend was to something completely different. That's how Play Anywhere came to be. It was definitely because the original vision didn't work.
Bro, I feel like we've been arguing about this for now. Right?
Tay Talk says, yeah, so then that's when Tay Talk started coming at you. So you on the idea.
Hey, come at me. Yeah. Come at me. I'm not scared of y'all, chat people. I'm not scared of y'all.
And then Tay Talk said, this is Xbox's way of migrating their Xbox and PC users into one ecosystem / SKU, while also bringing in manufacturers to help them compete. As for developers not making an Xbox version, Xbox is moving towards Win32, right? The porting between Steam and Xbox PC will be easy. Also, these developers know there's Xbox users looking for these games. Not everyone jump into Steam. And this one, he started coming for you to the hater on the panel. Would you at least say, I already read that, so I'm not, the casuals run the gaming space, so it's not the knock. But why wouldn't the hardcore like this or want this? I'm confused. Homie ain't giving details. He's speaking in vague.
I'm talking about the past. Yeah, y'all was hating on me speaking about how Xbox fucked up the market lead they had back with the Xbox One and how PlayStation 4 took over and has taken over ever since. But I'm dwelling in the past. Excuse me for bringing up.
Tay Talk said Hellblade 2 is a good 8 out of 10 game, but that game did absolutely nothing for the ecosystem. Booty messed up. Greenlighting that game should have forced Ninja Theory to include proper combat. Hey, the only yapper I see is you in the comments. You scared to yap on the podcast. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, he's scared. Hey, exactly. Look, dude, and I was actually agreeing with Chuck. You should have been here today, man, because I was actually agreeing. Hey, look, PC Master Race. I'm sorry, Xbox. Y'all are scrambling.
And then
I'm sorry.
Tay Talk said, imagine you ask dude to evaluate Nintendo. Oh, no, we already read that. They're confusing. Consumers will see handheld and buy it. Consumers will see Xbox console and buy it. Consumers see Play Anywhere tag and they understand it means Play Anywhere. How's this confusing? Tay Talks, consumers know they can play Fortnite on mobile phone. They know that they can take that save and file to their PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. They're not confused with that, but with Xbox, they confused. And he says, but
I gotta say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
As long, see, I said this before, and I'll say it again. If you're talking about giving me more options, I'm never gonna complain. Like, give me more options. That's what I want. Give me less options. I'm about to whoop your ass. You feel me? Hey.
True.
We need 5 consoles to play Fortnite for the millionth time.
Why not? More options, bro.
Nobody's telling you to buy 5 consoles.
You know,
that's
exactly. No.
Exactly.
You know, we have somebody on the game that bought a game from multiple, like, bro.
No,
this dude got the same game like 4 times. Like, bro, come on now.
Look, this is the thing. Nobody's confused when iPhone drops the iPhone 15, the iPhone 15 Pro
Max,
and the iPhone 15 Pro Max. People know which one they want to get. They either gonna go for the cheapest one, they're gonna go for the max one, or they're gonna be like, you know what, I'm gonna go right in the middle because I want that extra camera, but I don't want to pay for all the extra stuff.
Yeah, if all they made was either the cheapest one, the only option, or the most expensive one, the only option, niggas would be pissed. They'd be like, bro,
and
you're only giving me one option? Fuck out of here.
Yeah, Samsung, they got the Ultra, they got the Plus, and they got the regular one. Like, no one's confused by this. Or if you want to go you want to be exotic, you can get the foldable. No one's confused by the foldable being in the mix with Samsung.
Oh my days! But look, when y'all say play anywhere and your phones, TVs and your phone's an Xbox and your TV's an Xbox and your Amazon Fire Stick's an Xbox and your thing is that's fucking confusing.
And your smartwatch is the one.
It is, and I'll die on that.
Chuck said like the Switch 2 and talking about not giving options. The options will come later.
Yeah, options. Dock that shit or undock that shit. That's your options.
Your options are a Switch 1, Switch Lite, Switch OLED, and the Switch 2.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, Chuck. I did get on Nintendo for not having the same options for Switch 2 that they had for Switch 1. I did get on their ass for that because I was like,
it's funny. Chuck comes in after we already agreed with his, whatever take he had weeks ago or whatever, and then we're like, you know what, Chuck. You a hoe. You should be on the camera, bro. No, he's a whole ass nigga for not being. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna fucking say it.
Hey, bring your bitch ass on the panel, nigga.
Just to get the last comment before we wrap it up. Says they not confused with that, but with the Xbox confused. I bought Metaphor on Xbox PC store. Been playing it on console and PC back and forth. Play anywhere is the future for sure. If a game is play anywhere, I'm buying it over any storefront. Next Xbox is play anywhere by default, which is a dope selling point. Facts. I bought Metaphor on Steam, and then I was like, you know what? I would rather play this on the Xbox Windows Store so I can play it on my PC and my Xbox Game Pass. But yeah, it is definitely a selling point. I will always pick to buy a game on there if it exists. But yeah, that is everything. So let's go ahead and wrap it up. That is it. That is all we have for you guys today. Thank you all for tuning in, and to all the people leaving comments in the chat. We do appreciate your support. Make sure you guys hit that like because we love you guys and it helps us grow this channel. If you're not subscribed, you enjoyed the show, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button so you can stay updated for when Project Untitled goes live. Now let's go ahead.
Join the Discord.
Yeah, and make sure you join the Project Untitled Discord.
We are doing the Discord too.
Dual wield Discord because we can't leave out dual wield.
Oh yeah, dual wield, of course. Yeah. If y'all want to continue this argument, I'm talking to you, Tay Talks. We can continue this conversation in Discord. But until then, yeah, Don, you got it.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get these outros out the way. Deadshot T, appreciate you for pulling up. Where can we find you? What you got going on?
I'm gonna be on Twitch.tv. I'm beating everybody's fucking ass. Hey, look, I'm the greatest player to ever play that game. And
wait, what game are you talking about?
Mario Kart. I'm the greatest.
Okay.
I'm so good at that game.
I just hope it wasn't Smash because I had joined this guy's stream. He was like, whatever you seen didn't happen. I was telling him, you just snitched on yourself because I ain't even see it.
It didn't happen. Whatever you seen didn't happen that time. Those AI ChatGPT took over for a second. It's all good. But yeah, Smash, Mario Kart, Switch 2, Street Fighter, all that shit. If you like that shit, I beat your ass in all them games. So that's it. Twitch.tv/teach. That's it.
Dang, Randy, he talking about you too.
Him too. Yeah, no, he's not safe. And he's been running from it. I seen him online yesterday. I was gonna send him an invite, but I knew his bitch ass was gonna ignore the invite like he always does. So it's all good.
You know he doesn't play with his friends.
I know, because you're gonna ignore it like you always do.
How I always adore
I know you was playing with
that
Cindy.
never been sent.
In my mind, he was already playing with Cindy. They're hopping on Fortnite.
I was really
lobby,
playing Fantasy
you know
Life.
what I'm saying?
If anything,
whatever. Some shit I'm not playing.
If anything, the time to play with me, pause, was like the last 3 days.
Hey, all I know is we played this week, so I can't say.
Yeah, we played rematch.
Wait, what y'all been playing? Oh, you been playing that? You been playing that Ace?
Yeah, they supposedly got some bugs fixed, so I need to hop back on there.
I'm probably
Honestly,
gonna get on right after this. Honestly,
see, whole ass thing gonna run straight. You know, go run the proceed.
Get down on it.
That's all I'm saying.
Get down on it.
all right, Spirit of Truth, Lord Mars, where can we find you? What you got going on besides Night Rain? Damn.
Yeah, I gotta finish Clear Obscure. That's the only other game I've been playing on stream. But yeah, you can find me at Twitch at VLordMars with a Z, not a S on my chest. And you can also find me at YouTube at Lord Mars Gaming. You feel me? And yeah.
All right, and Ace, year-round Ace, where can we find you? What you got going on?
Yes, sir. You can find me you can find me at year-round Ace. You know, if y'all want to ever,
and you can find us in the Discord.
if you ever want to add me to my friends list, yeah, on Xbox, the Master Racer. since it is a PC now, since it's about to be a PC, so I can say that. So Chuck, you can't say nothing. But yeah,
I hate the lingo. I hate the lingo.
And if you want to add me on my PlayStation, now that I just moved, I'll probably turn it on just to put the Wi-Fi on and shut it off so you could. My gamer tag on PlayStation is Swell Curry. And yeah, that's it.
Bro, I hate the lingo y'all be coming up with. Homosexuals and master racers. I don't like to.
Master racists.
Whoa! 3 days after Juneteenth is crazy, bro. All right.
And Ace, it's time to replace that battery in your smoke detector, bruh.
Yeah, just removed it here for sure. My bad.
Are not gonna like that stuff.
Y'all know me. I ain't even I'm just about to remove the whole thing.
Hey, I know you. You are.
I'm about to be
trying to beat the allegations.
No, but we gonna for sure replace that. I ain't playing with them games.
But yeah,
BEI host in the building.
As for myself, Don Otaku, you can find me on Twitter at PastaFeet, F3ET, talking all kinds of shit. You can find me on Twitch, not really, but twitch.tv/DonSolo, SOLOW.
Don't give them hope. Don't give them hope, bro.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to do it. I'm about to bring my Switch 2 dock into my PC or onto my I'm just gonna hook it up to my capture card in the PC and not play on the big screen anymore, because I need to get some footage for my Switch 2. I'm tired of not having
rematch
like
footage.
I'm tired of talking.
Hey, Tony Hawk,
I keep on
just
talking about
your ass.
I keep talking about Switch 2 stuff and not having any of the what's it called to show it. So I'm gonna need to bring my Switch 2 in here and just record some footage. So it is what it is. Next gen Nintendo problems. Is it a next gen Nintendo problem? Because
you gotta move the Switch. That's a Nintendo problem.
I would be saying the same thing if it was an Xbox or a PlayStation. I would need to have it near my PC.
Chuck trying to see, y'all want to call me a hater today and then go on and on and on. But, you know, all right, whatever. I'm the hater today and Chuck going crazy.
Other than that, you can find me right here on YouTube, where not only are we doing Project Untitled Gaming Podcast every Saturday, Dual Wheel Gaming Podcast every Thursday. Not live, but the premiere with premiere with my co-host Bagels. And of course, catch me on lordsofgaming.net. Just posted Mario Kart World, and I posted Mario Kart World review that is up. But also shout out to Robert Killett, who was in the chat. He also just dropped the Nintendo Switch 2 review on Lords of Gaming, so check out that content there. And yeah, that's really about it.
That's about it. Yeah. All right. And
Any
Chuck.
Shout out to everyone who was in the chat. Shout out to Yeron Chukwu. Shout out to Tay Talks. Shout out to TJI. Shout out to Robert Kelly. And of course, shout out to Lord Metroid as well for pulling up. But yeah,
I'm a hater, but I'll still shout out you guys. You know what I'm saying? I'm a hater, but I'm gonna shout them guys out. So.
Any final words for the people before we get out of here?
Enjoy the games you want to play. Don't let us hate.
It's okay for you.
Play what you want.
It's okay for you to like games that we call trash, as long as you don't. Yeah. You feel me? As long as you like games, that's all that matters.
What's that meme where the dude's like, Little Caesar's good as hell when you don't got a bitch in your ear telling you it's nasty?
Exactly.
It's factual.
Exactly.
That's literally, just think of gaming like that, bro. Don't you know, if you like it, you like it, whatever. Who cares what we
also,
think?
Little Caesars is the GOAT out of the main chains.
Yeah, all right. I'm not gonna hate on Little Caesars. I've had good Little Caesars, and I had.
Hey, Little Caesars.
I see both sides of the spectrum. I've been on both sides.
Pause. But with that, let's go ahead and get
Happy Pride Month.
Peace out, everybody. Enjoy.
Happy related Juneteenth.
Yeah, happy related Juneteenth. Even though none of y'all told me happy Juneteenth, and we're not gonna let that slide.
Hey,
we know what you are, buddy.
I'm talking about you.
Born in June.
And y'all. You.
Oh.
Yeah.
My bad.
Anyway.
I'm gonna send you some chitlins in the mail. How about that?
Wow.
Hey, happy Juneteenth. And free Palestine.
Let's go. All right. With that,
all right, we're out of here. We're out of here. Bye bye.
Your weekend. Enjoy your week, your month, your year, life, all that. Peace out, everybody. Bye bye.